What's up? Hello. Testing, testing. What's up? Hello. Hi. How are you? How am I? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I think things are working. I think that looks good up there. Maybe? Yeah, it does. No, it doesn't. It kind of does. What's up? Hello. Welcome. I am psyched to be back. Specifically psyched to be watching Critical Role. Sorry for the weird timing stuff. Oh yeah, chat is old. Chat is old. I used to have it to where chat would like time out after a certain amount of time, and I decided I didn't like that. I liked seeing chat more full. So yeah, I think it just doesn't get it before I start the stream. But yeah, hello, what's up? I have not opened 73. I haven't even looked at the thumbnail. I haven't even looked at the title, and I'm not going to until we start, because I know that was a big thing. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm very hopeful that things are starting to settle the fuck down. Or the frick down shit. We're shoot. We're still in the first 10 minutes. Not supposed to curse. Whatever. But yeah, I'm very, very hopeful that the messing with our apartment and our appliances is almost done. We can really hope, because it has been going on for way too long, and there's nothing like exceptional about it. It's just very annoying, and it's been very what do you call it? It's just been very, very persistent, these issues. So I'm very hopeful and excited to just be done with it and go back to normal. I'm a person of normality, of routine. But yeah, no. What are you gonna do? Everything seems to go wrong at the same time. So there's a lot of stuff all at once. Yeah. That's a lot of it. And it's just so yeah, it's just been so much they're gonna come over at these like really wide time ranges, and so I just have to set aside parts of the day, and the dogs are just, they're not aggressive towards people like broadly, and if someone is just coming over to our apartment, it's fine. Like, we know how to like introduce them and all that, but like part of getting the dogs used to them is like a new person not making a lot of loud noises within the first couple of hours, and like, being like relatively like chill and not walking around a lot. And those are just not things that I can ask a workman to do, So instead, we just have to keep the dogs in a separate room, which is fine, but it just means that one of us is locked in a separate room for hours. So yeah, it's hopefully it'll be getting better very soon. I think everyone involved wants it to be over. But it's not too bad. I only recently learned that Laura is the one responsible for the episode thumbnail. A lot of things make way more sense. Fuck yeah. I will take that with the vagueness that it was stated. Also, look at this shirt. Whoa. Lingua ignota. And more more pertinently, I suppose, check out the fucking back, because the front is fine. The front's cool, but the back I was so excited about. It says, "Burn my body so I'm..." that I shall not rise, that I may not rise. Return? That I may not return. Yeah. Burn my body so I may not return is so hard. I love it. I will also say I'm a bit of a fake fan, unfortunately. This is a t-shirt for a band, and I went and looked up the band, and I don't really like their music all that much. Like, it's fine. It's not like bad music. It's just super not my taste. So, fake fan, but their merch is so sick. I found it at a thrift store. Or I didn't find it. Paige found it at a thrift store and bought it. And it's so cool. But I do not listen to the music. Back is easier to read. Yeah. I meant to say that out of everybody in the CR test, I get her taste and aesthetic sensibility the most. Laura? I can see that. Anyways, that's all. Okay. So we're going to try out something new. We tried out something new today already. If you're not in the Discord, I know I talk about it all the time. But we tried out something today I posted the event unlisted ahead of time in the Discord. So that I could like have the event out there. People could go push like and notify me on it. It seemed to work. I didn't do like a super intense test. Like a more intense test would have been like posting it 2 days ahead of time. But I didn't do that intense of a test. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't mess with the impressions. And it didn't seem to. So I'll probably do another test like that at some point in the future, probably pretty soon, where, the Discord will get the kind of event landing page unlisted ahead of time. And then I will put it out publicly like 2 or 3 hours ahead of the actual stream because that's when YouTube likes for the broadcast to be posted, which sucks. But it's just, got to deal with it. If you're not in the Discord and you want to get those events early so that you can hit notify me or what have you, join the Discord. There's no real way I can put it out otherwise unless I had, X or Blue Sky. I do have Blue Sky, but I'm not going to put it out on those microblogging sites. It's just going to go to the Discord. But that said, another thing I'm going to test out today is possibly, I used to do this, and it was especially when we were, super duper concerned with, how would I say it? When we were super duper concerned with timing and with getting the time of stream down, because I was still trying to do full episodes, I would script out my takeaways ahead of time. And I know that I've gotten less concerned with the timing as I've become more and more used to doing the half-eps. But there are things that I'm especially rediscovering in Dissecting 20 that I could be doing to speed things up a little bit to make sure I don't ramble as much, don't repeat myself as much. And I'm trying to get better at scripting in general. So I scripted out the takeaway for this one. I did not put a ton of time into it because I decided that I was going to script it out about half an hour ahead of time. But I'm going to try to possibly start scripting out the takeaways a little bit again. Yay, trying things. Woo. So, with that, we'll get into the takeaway right now. The takeaway is, I hit play. I think this episode was a good example of letting your players rest, broadly, as well as spicing up the rest of that rest the rest of the rest. I don't know. When possible. Well, I have repeatedly talked about how I don't like Matt's looting sequences that much, and I often don't like the mansion sequences. A large part of that is personal, like, media viewing preferences. Like, as a viewer, I don't like those as much. Some of it is still within the advice-centric column. But this episode had especially good examples of why Matt's running of things, like why Matt's running of both of those things can be really valuable. In a way that I don't often talk about. I think at first, or just as first thing, I think he injected some solid RP moments with the Ravenites in the looting sequence, and made sure to mix in some clues into the treasure. So like I thought at first it was just gonna be the big ship mast, but like the ship in general, being a part of the treasure hoard, I think adds a decent amount of interest to the sequence, as well as like the Holy Avenger and like some of these more maybe like flavorful magic items. Being in there and like saying something about how Vorugal acquired this treasure and who he acquired it from. I think there was some good choices for the contents of the treasure. And the Ravenites being injected in, I think, brought even more like RP breaks to it. However, the bigger part of my takeaway is the mansion sequence. I think it displayed a wide variety of what I'm going to coin role play resting. It's a term I'm coining that is just when the players kind of fuck around a bit in RP to let their minds rest and let their characters not be as serious/stressed. I think that within the term that I'm coining, the fucking around should have an amount of in-game consequence to allow it to still feel grounded, still feel like connected to the rest of the story. But that consequence should be very low, if not entirely flavor, which is tough to like kind of reconcile in your head of like consequences that are flavor. But it's like, I would classify that as like, if you as a DM are pretty confident that they're not going to get into combat before the next long rest, if you then damage one of your players, like if you give them a bunch of damage for something that was relatively just RP fucking around, but again, in your head, you're very confident that that damage will be healed before the next time it would matter, I would call that a low consequence or a flavor consequence. Something that in a different context would have been a real consequence, but in this context is going to be negated before it would matter. And I think that RP fuck around sessions, roleplay resting, should be comprised mostly of that sort of consequence. And the mansion is a great place to host this sort of roleplay resting. But I do think that it suffers a bit in being so disconnected. I think it can hamper the restfulness, as it almost feels like they're going into another reality where they can be fun and carefree, but then have to put their serious faces back on when they re-enter the actual reality. It's still good, don't get me wrong, but I think that its effectiveness is dampened to only the time where they are in the mansion, rather than sort of flowing in and out, which is, I think, what the consequences are for. It is to like have like a connective tissue between the serious and stressful parts and the restful parts. And the mansion has much, like, basically the consequences in the mansion are down to zero. And I've said before that I sort of like to encourage this role play resting by presenting easy jobs. I'm doing a lot of air quotes. Sort of like ant stomping, pub stomp type of jobs where they can both feel how far they've come and fuck around a little bit. Because I want to put them in a situation that is very easy for their level, right? A situation where they don't have to perform at peak effectiveness, which allows them that sort of role play rest because they don't have to be, they can like waste some resources, they can make some dumb decisions because they're in a situation where the consequences for that dumb decision aren't going to be nearly as high. That said, and why the mansion in some ways is a lot better than that, is I do think that there's a special value to a safe harbor type of area, like a space in which the players can feel ultimately comfortable. The comparison that I'm making in my head is like the Blades in the Dark hideouts are mostly like this. And I've been looking a lot more at the 524 bastions because of this. They have Whitestone, but I would still definitely say the mansion is more of their safe harbor. And a safe harbor in which they don't have to worry about like outside influences, or at least they don't have to worry about outside influences without a decent chunk of warning. I think does provide a special value, like a special amount of value in terms of restfulness. Now, the reason that I think I like Bit D hideouts more than the mansion is the mansion, again, is so disconnected. Something like the Bit D hideouts or the 524 bastions can be affected by outside events. You just normally have a lot of lead time, a lot of warning before that sort of thing happens. Or when it does happen, it's a huge deal. And honestly, one of my main issues currently with the bastions is that there are some very like minor ways of fucking with them. I would probably adjust the tables a little bit so that anytime the bastions get messed with, it's a much bigger standout deal. But that said, I guess the TLDR, I kind of went off on a side tangent there that wasn't scripted. TLDR, I don't love the mansion specifically, especially since it's such a high level spell that you're not going to have access to at the beginning. But I do like everything that Matt and the players used the mansion to accomplish last session. I think it went really well. And that's it. That's the takeaway. I burped. That's the takeaway. Yeah. So a little bit, a little bit more organized, I suppose. Growth applause. Hell yeah. Only, kept the takeaway to, like 8 minutes. And I still want to talk back and forth about it. So, do not hold back your comments. But I think the hope is that, getting my main points out very quickly will then allow even the discussion to go sort of quicker. No notes? Hell yeah. Very cool. Very sick. It'll also make it easier for editing the eye patches. But yeah, I guess it seems like no one has substantial comment on that. Everyone just strictly agrees. I love being agreed with. Let's see. Let me finish pulling some things up. I didn't get to check the macros before stream. Stream kind of happened very quickly. So I don't know if some of the stuff will work. Hopefully it does. Like I don't know if like some of the like playback speed stuff will work. But hopefully it does. I've been trying to check those before every stream, but didn't happen this time. Also, we might run into, we were having an issue during the Outer Wild stream with dropped frames. If that happens, I will probably have to turn off the Twitch side of things. And yeah, that'll just be how it is. I think we're having some minor bandwidth issues, but it seems like it kind of depends on the time of day. So, who knows? I think we're probably just getting throttled by the ISP. So might have to turn off Twitch, might have to reduce the quality on future streams, but we're gonna see. The chat didn't want to interrupt, like we're in class in middle school. You guys can interrupt. That's fine. I just won't acknowledge it. But that is very funny. What happens if the mansion is dispelled or a gate scroll is cast to yoink a player? I mean, those are both possible. And I think that, like, the mansion is kind of, there's almost like levels of gradient, right? To what a safe harbor could kind of look like and how safe a safe harbor is. I think the less safe it is, and, so like the less comfortable a player feels there, the lower sort of magnitude threats you can throw at your players when they're in the safe harbor. So like Whitestone, they get fucked with more in Whitestone, even though I would also kind of classify it as a safe harbor, than they do when they're in the mansion. They haven't been fucked with in the mansion at all. And I think that's because the mansion feels so safe that I think any messing with it would need to be monumental. So I do think something like a gate scroll yoinking one of the players out of the mansion, I would... I think it would need to be foreshadowed, but that said, I think there's been an amount of foreshadowing that, like, they found a gate scroll on the Glint Shore. It seems as though that's what Raishan used to get Thordak out of the elemental plane of fire. Like, there's been an amount of establishing. I mean, fuck, the players just used it to yoink yank. So I wouldn't say it's unforeshadowed by any means. Gate is 9th level. Who cast that? Not Allura. I don't know who could cast it. And that's what I'm sort of getting at is, like, there's been an amount of establishing tissue, but this is also not something that you can, like, just throw at your player willy-nilly. It would need to be something big, something monumental. That said, I think it could work for something like that. Like a fucking final arc inciting incident where, say, one of the Primordials or Vecna fucking steals Ashley out of the... Or not Ashley, Pike. Steals Pike out of the mansion with a gate scroll, and they just, like, catch a glimpse through the gate of this, like, smiling entity grabbing her, and then the gate closes before any of them can reach through. I think that could be super engaging, because it is a sort of extreme violation of this safe harbor. And I think it could work really, really well to sort of kick off that arc with a bang. But you can, like, only play that card once. That has to be a huge moment. You can't just, like, throw it out there. Which is one of the reasons that, like, it's hard for me to, like, really get behind the mansion broadly, is because it is so safe. I think that is one of the things that sort of holds it back from feeling a little bit more grounded. But I think there's still a lot of benefits to it. And I don't blame the players at all for using it. And this is especially me thinking about this, is a lot of thinking about, like, the lower tiers of play, tiers 2 and 3, or tiers like 1 and 2, because, there's no mansion there. You're not going to be able to cast the Magnificent Mansion. So you need to be thinking about other types of possibly safe harbors before they get access to something like that, you know. We are either wrapped or pestering. I do. Yeah. Teacher hit play on the movie. Yeah. Lol. A shapeshifting entity following them in. I believe a shapeshifting entity would not be able to follow them in. No. Maybe. I think that would have to be ruled by the DM. My gut reaction is that a shapeshifter couldn't follow them because the mansion, like, knows. I feel like the mansion, like, soul reads. Because it's only whitelisted, like, people can get in to the door. Regardless of if the caster is, like, even paying attention. So I think a shapeshifter wouldn't be able to. Like, if someone was shapeshifted into Vax and he was like, and Scanlan was like, yeah, Vax, you can go in. I feel like that wouldn't work. Because Scanlan knows who he's talking about, you know? I don't know. Now, I will say, if like, someone shapeshifted into a random person, like a made-up person that doesn't exist, like, if they invited Jamansa Ord, I think that Devosa could go through, because Jamansa Ord is a made-up alias by Devosa. So I think that would work, but I don't know. I would imply an amount of, like, intentionality there. I don't know. It's an interesting question. The inside the mansion shenanigans go on too long. The DM can have a sending spell reach a PC to be a clock to motivate forward plot progression. Sending can reach other dimensions. Also true. I mean, there's a lot of there's plenty of ways that you can handle the mansion. I think specifically for the resting that I'm talking about, like the roleplay resting, it's more of the fact that there's like a limit on what their shenanigans can even affect. So like if they mess around in Whitestone, their shenanigans have a chance of like affecting the opinions of the denizens of Whitestone. Now, I would make that effect pretty low because, again, I want it to feel safe where they are safe and fucking around. But, like, you saw it kind of with Grog and Scanlan fucking around with the priest a little bit. And I don't think that that's going to come back and bite them. Like, I don't think that those fuck around shenanigans are going to come back and mess with them at all. But I do think that those sorts of shenanigans are more restful and more valuable than the ones that take place inside the mansion. Because the ones that take place inside the mansion basically can't be used later by the DM. Like, the DM can use those Grog and Scanlan shenanigans later on. Not necessarily as a negative thing, but he can make like a small callback to it that I think really helps, again, like ground it and sort of make it flow into the other areas. Them flowing from that into a more serious point, they're still sort of getting like residual restfulness, I suppose. Whereas the mansion is like a very hard barrier, Not started yet, but do like the stream. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How safe is Whitestone versus a tiny hut spell? Ooh, context dependent. That's a good question. It's a good thing to evaluate. I think that is very, very context dependent. I think right now, tiny hut's probably safer. But tiny hut in a similar way sort of cuts you off from the outside world, so it limits the amount of grounding that it can have, or a similar item. Magnificent Mansion is an item. That is true. I would say it's probably fine. I don't know. I'd have to read over the text in a little bit more detail, but I'd say it's probably fine. I think the caster of MM has to mentally name all those they can enter. Yeah. If they're given permission to enter, they can. Scanlan could accidentally give them permission. Feels kind of like there's wiggle room there. There definitely is wiggle room. That's why I'm kind of thinking back and forth about it. There's definitely wiggle room. I think it's like there's a question of like identity versus like if they're right there. I think there's a lot of ambiguity if they name someone that isn't present. Because if they're like, UVax can enter, Scanlan says UVax can enter, but the person that they think is Vax is actually shapeshifted to look like Vax, I think that's just like a pure DM ruling, and I don't know which way I would go. I think which way I would go is like campaign and context dependent. It would really depend on like the themes of my campaign as to whether or not that person can enter. Because Scanlan has the intention of identifying Vaxildon, the person, his companion that he knows, and the person that he's looking at is not that person, regardless of if he knows that. But on the other hand, if they are right there in front of him and he is addressing them, saying, you, Vax, can enter, if he just calls them the wrong name, but he's still addressing them, what would the mansion prioritize? I don't know. I think it's a good point. I think it's a very good point, Ross. I think there's even something to be, you could even do it something. What is mansion, like a 5th level spell? Dude, you could, if you wanted, you could go the lower security version. So you could go the version that is like, the mansion will be flexible. Like, if any part of it makes sense to the mansion, it'll let them through. And then you can upcast mansion to create like a security holding room. Where if the mansion encounters any potential contradictions, it'll shunt them off to the security room. And then there's like one-way glass that they can like interrogate them through. But you have to upcast it to like 6th or 7th level to do that. That'd be kind of fun. I don't know. Yeah, this is definitely a weird side case that I think would be really campaign dependent on what I did. Yeah. What's up, Valkyrie? Hello. What's up? Also, hello, Life of Moss. Hello. Thank you to the pink guy. Oh my goodness, the chat glitched. That's fine. There we go. Scanlan with like a little boy. No. Bag of Holding going into the rope trick space didn't send us all to the Astral Sea. Oh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think the thing about I think the thing I would rule there, if like one of my players asked me about that beforehand, if they were like, hey, will doing this send us to the Astral Sea? I would say that it is only permanent extra-dimensional spaces that cause that effect. Because the thing with Rope Trick or the Mansion is that they do eventually end, and they are also locked in, they are locked in space. And when they end, they shunt anything out of them that was in them. Because the reason that you can't like stack extra dimensional space items is because that's like an infinite storage glitch that shouldn't work. But not like Rope Trick or Magnificent Mansion don't have that complication. They allow like temporary storage, but that storage is still finite because you can't stack a Rope Trick inside of a Rope Trick, I think. I would say you can't stack a Rope Trick inside of a Rope Trick. But there's not an infinite progression there. There's a finite end. There's a finite amount of things it can hold. So as long as there is a finite end, I think it's all good. A theoretical finite end. 7th level? 7th level. Okay. For Magnificent Mansion. So yeah, 8th level gets you the security area. I think that'd be fun. Command is only first level. My first ever PC I got to play got sent to the Astral Sea because I couldn't open a loot box on the first time, so I gave it to our gnome for the bag of holding. Turns out there was a portable hole. Oh, that's tough. That's very, very tough. Dude, in the game, in my campaign that we were running, there was a bag of holding sewn into the inside of a robe. And it was originally supposed to be on the person's like belt, essentially, but I'd forgotten to narrate it. So then I was like, fuck, I've already described all of their clothes. I need there to be like a reason that this was hidden from them. And so I described it as being sewn in. And I was like, and I very purposely was like, you could easily rip it off. It's no problem. But my lovely wife, Paige, was like, well, I mean, I'd like a pocket that's like sewn in, like a pouch. That sounds cool. Like, does it seem like there's anything inside of it? And I was like, it's pretty heavy. It's like 15 pounds. So there's definitely something. It seems like there's something in there, but you can't really tell because it's sewn in, but you could easily rip it off. And she goes, oh, like, no, that's fine. Like, can I just like try cutting it open? Just like get a peek at what's in there. And I go, I start fucking mentally hyperventilating because cutting open a bag of holding does the whole astral sea bomb effect. And I'm like, and so I asked, this is a good story. It shows my in the moment what I think of when things go wrong. I asked for a sleight of hand check to give myself a second to think. And then she did like okay on the sleight of hand. I don't remember what it was. Something like the 10 to 15 range. And I was like, okay, you start to cut into it and the bag starts to feel hot in your hand. You can continue, or you can stop right now. And that's what I was in my head. That's what I was like thinking about the sleight of hand for. Is I was like, if she rolls like under a 5 on this sleight of hand, she's cutting it open. We're gonna play it out. But I was like, okay, the sleight of hand will give her the opportunity to stop when something starts going wrong. And so then she did stop. And they figured out separately that it was a bag of holding. It only dumps its contents. It sucks things from around itself into the astral sea. No? Am I wrong? I was reading over it in the moment, so I was possibly a little bit more panicked. Pierced or destroyed, it ruptures and is destroyed, and its contents are scattered on the astral plane. I see. So it's only its contents. Okay. That still would have been bad for them. But wouldn't have been nearly as bad. That's fair. If she had actually cut it open, like I said, I would have played it out and I would have read out loud what would have happened. But yeah. Fun times. Won't be able to stay long. What's up, Crazy? Welcome. No one would have that many shapeshifters. Yeah. Yeah. No foreshadowing that there was a portable hole, so it was just by. Yeah, and that's one of those parts where it's like, yeah, that's a moment where it's like, yeah, I would have fudged that. If there was no foreshadowing that the portable hole was inside of this chest. It's like, just put the portable hole somewhere else. Just put it somewhere else in the dungeon or in the room or what have you. Yeah, it's tough. I'd make up that the bag of holding has a magical sensor to warn people of potentially risking an astral sea catastrophe. That would make sense. Yeah, I mean, it's basically what I did in the moment with my, like, it starts getting hot. Like, I think that I wanted to give them the opportunity to make the wrong decision, you know? like, I had somewhat foreshadowed that this was a magical bag, but not that it was specifically a bag of holding. So I was then like, okay, they need at least one more opportunity to make the wrong decision before I'm going to impose this much of a downside. And yeah, if they go past the alarm, if Paige had ignored the fact that the bag was hot and kept cutting, then we would have played it out. But yeah, because there are times where it's like, oh yeah, they do something that I hadn't properly foreshadowed. And in that case, I don't want to like randomly punish them like extra harshly. So I need to give them another opportunity to sense that like something might be going on, you know? Are you sure you want to do that? Yeah. I want a 6-level magnificent mansion, exactly the same, but the door is visible. There's a spectral doorman, but anyone can walk by as long as they know the names of one of the people inside. Oh, sure, yeah. A 6-level version, but it's like a passcode rather than like the doorman just checks you for the passcode and nothing else. Yeah, absolutely. Or yeah, you just or this like you just have to know someone sort of rule. As long as they know one of the names, they're good. They're on the list. Yeah, that could be fun. That could be very, very fun. It definitely felt like it was a little harsh, but it was the first campaign DMing as well. Yeah, and I mean, I made plenty of bad decisions, or harsh decisions in my first campaign. It's gonna happen. And like playing out those bad, or not bad, but harsh decisions, is how you learn your boundaries as a DM and as players. So you got to experiment a little bit. Yeah. Hope there's not a MacGuffin in there. There's something in there. How do we play it when it's a bag of devouring that the player destroys? What's the bag of devouring? Bag of devouring 5e. I'm going to switch on to the screen share because I think we're prepping to go here pretty soon. There we go. That's back. Bag of devouring. It resembles a bag of holding, but its feeding orifice for a gigantic extra-dimensional creature. Turning the bag inside out closes the orifice. The extra-dimensional creature attached to the bag can sense whatever is placed. When part of a living creature, as happens when someone reaches inside, there's a 50% chance that the creature is pulled inside the bag. Oh my god, I've never heard of this. This is awesome. I love it. Another creature can use the action to pull the creature out. Doing so, inanimate objects can't be stored. The bag swallows any object. DM turns the time of playing. If the bag is pierced or torn, it is destroyed, and anything contained within it is transported to a random location in the astral plane. So seems like similar stuff. What's up, Jonathan? Most of the text is copy paste from BOH. What's BOH? Brian's of Holding. Bag of Holding. Oh, Bag of Holding. It's not Brian's of Holdings, funnily enough. I don't know if you guys were confused. All right, let's do it. This is a shorter session, but is also low combat. So there's a world in which we get through the full ep today. I don't think it's likely, just because of the low speed up. But it is possible. 2 hours and 44 minutes is doable. So let's get into it. And I was told to open it on stream. The Coming Storm.
Welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, our Halloween edition, where a bunch of us nerdy ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons and Dragons. Hi. Tonight, we will astound you with spooky tales. I don't know what's gonna happen because we're just gonna continue the game that we normally play. But welcome, I'm Matthew Mercer, your Dungeon Master. For those who don't recognize my costume, you're really confused. Especially if this is your first time tuning in. Sorry. I am not dungeon mastering like that for the rest of the evening.
Thank God. That's that's good. Is this meant to be Dr. Junkenstein? I don't know if that was at this point or not. I don't remember if Junkenstein was until year 2 or not, because I think this is year 1 of Overwatch. I don't remember when they did Junkenstein. They will explain. Okay, cool. Not me forgetting that 73 was the Halloween episode. It was indeed. You know what's even funny? I saw a thing about like a funny way for Matt to open the episode, and then anyone goes around explaining their Halloween costumes. And I was just like, oh, like there's a fun little moment, whatever. I was not expecting anything close to that. Oh, lordy. All right, let's do it.
I'll have to run into traffic after an hour. I do want to give a quick thank you to Amazon for delaying all my orders, making me put together my costume last minute out of shit I found at Home Depot. So, thanks, Amazon. It's fantastic. I appreciate it. All right, anyway, I guess we should probably go through everyone else to see the magnificent costumes around us. Well, let's go and start over here with our fantastic resident.
I am Hotis, the Rakshasa, and I cannot speak with my mouth hole.
He's a HOTUS. So fucking Matt is Artie, not Artie. What the fuck's his name? He's the gunpowder guy. I'll let him say it, but okay, I'm tracking. Victor!
I have
Victor!
Corona, but the mask is
it.
currently on its way here because I didn't have nearly enough coffee, so on the break there will be a giant squiddy mask that is terrible. Just terrible. It's the worst thing.
Corona.
Corona!
I am Dr. Anna Ripley from Wildmount.
You suck, Ripley.
This is very heavy. This is a bludgeoning weapon. It is not a piercing weapon. This is a bludgeoning weapon. Right hand to the Briarwoods. And Uber Percy fangirl. That's me. Cheers.
Oh, yeah?
You should see it.
All right, Liam.
Hi, I am Tyriok. I make maps.
Why you having trouble?
Tyriok? I know who Tyriok is. He's in my unimportant randos section. I know exactly who Tyriok is. He's the way that I remembered that it was an Ioun obelisk in the Frostweald. Oh my god. I know too much. I know too much about Critical Role. This is not good. I shouldn't remember off rip who Tyriok is.
Picking that up.
No.
Well, I was turned to stone recently, and I don't have 2 arms anymore. I have 1. I can still roll dice though, and I have maps, and I have a compass. And, I'm the least dangerous person at the tables. I'm not level 1 in anything, really, except maps.
That we
I'm
know
level
of.
15 in maps. I'm just happy to be here and be alive, mostly.
We've been opening doors for him all night.
Yeah. Thank you, Liam. That's awesome. Laura.
I'm Lady Briarwood. Ow! The man I broke the world for.
You broke it for me, baby.
That's right. You should say you are.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I'm Lord Briarwood.
Nice.
Yes. Undead. Betrothed.
That's right.
Do you know
More
that
than betrothed.
people who are in love high five?
Nice.
We be representing the dead motherfuckers in this game.
I'm not dead.
Are you not?
Just inside.
Just inside.
Oh.
Actually, me and well, no, I am dead.
Yeah,
oh,
what's
hey,
up?
no, I'm dead.
No, you're dead. You're dead.
That's right.
She just wasn't currently dead.
What? I was like, wait a minute. What? Excuse me? Delilah's not dead? I think I had a theory about that at one point. About Ripley possibly bringing one of their 2 asses back. Oh shit. I think that was just I think it was a flub. I'm mostly joking. I'm mostly joking, but unless I forgot who Hodis and Clarota were, but I remembered who Tyriok was. Nice. Hell yeah. She meant undead. Yeah, no. Or did she?
You weren't undead.
Exactly.
You're both-
I misunderstood.
You're both dead.
Spoilers.
You're destroyed.
I'm dead.
You're dead.
Okay.
Less
Yeah.
than like-
You're
I'm in
somewhere.
another plane of
Yeah.
existence, probably.
You're having a real rough week right now. That's what you're doing.
My arm's dead.
You're the
There
only
you go.
person alive.
Cheers.
And you, of course.
Pardon me.
Hey.
Hey, like,
What?
Cheers,
yeah, cheers.
Victor.
Salute, bitches. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Salute. Does indeed, Crazy Smith. That's fair. Let's see. We'll watch the life update for 2 cast members. I'm not gonna do the Talks Machina because I think there's a very low chance currently. Well, there's a 0 chance currently of me working Talks Machina into anything. And then there's a slightly higher chance that like something that I cannot predict. Something that I cannot predict will happen in the future that will make me work in Talks Machina in some way. But with all the knowledge I currently have, I don't think it's happening. But
Final announcement. Those who are paying attention to social media.
absolutely, Epster.
Yes, take the glove.
Oh.
Yeah, take it off. Take that glove off.
So fake hand, man.
That's no fake hand.
That ring better be there. You lost it.
That's a
He put a ring on it.
Applause.
I have that to look forward to in my later years.
So excited.
Congratulations.
I mean, he doesn't have to take it off.
Guys,
If you get a preview, you can wake up
Only
in the morning.
part of it.
guys, are we gonna do a Critical Role themed wedding?
Oh my god.
No.
No, that's not going to be a thing. So we have already designed our date. But anyway,
Although I still might have Travis Willingham as my flower
Flower
girl
girl.
doing with the duster face.
Respect.
Oh my gosh.
Honored.
Perfection.
Yeah.
I'll start with writing
My
my best man speech.
Yeah.
It'll be a song.
Oh man, I've only given one best man speech, and I'll be real, it was not very good. Actually, I thought it was okay, but it could have been better in retrospect. I've never been to a themed wedding though, and I've never done a speech in theme. I should have worked a song into it in retrospect. That would have been sick. They did have some fantasy themes at their wedding. Dude, me and Paige are going to do a vow renewal at some point. I don't even know what we're going to do with it for it. It's going to be crazy. Because our wedding was super, not lame, uncool. Our wedding kind of sucked. Because it was a year after, or a year and a half after the pandemic, or maybe a year and a half after the pandemic, and we had originally planned a much like bigger thing, but what was the first like new wave? The Delta variant or something like that. Dropped just before, like a month and a half before our wedding, and we had several people that we really like. It was a huge priority that they be there that were also immunocompromised. So there might have been some debate, and like a lot of people were very unhappy with us doing this. But it wasn't even like a debate for us. Like we could not have a ton of people. No matter what precautions everyone took. So I think we ended up having like 10 people, 12 people. And it was like very kind of not like slapped together, but we had to change a lot right before it. And like none of our friends were there. It was like purely family. And even that, it was not a lot of family. So we're going to do a vow renewal at some point and have like the wedding that we actually wanted. That'll just be a big ass party. I think that'll be fun. My parents' wedding was on Halloween and it was a fantasy themed wedding. That sounds so sick. That sounds very, very cool. Taliesin officiated Matt and Marisha's wedding? Hell yeah. I have a license to officiate weddings. I was originally supposed to officiate the wedding that I was the best man at, but they ended up getting like a courthouse wedding earlier and then doing everything else later, so then they didn't need an officiant. But I do have a license to do weddings. I took a whole 20-minute class. Lol. My wife and I got married during COVID at an Elvis chapel. Fuck yeah, dude. That's funny. Our big wedding has been perpetually postponed because of COVID. We got married in a living room and like 6 people. Yeah. We got married at a church because we had to. It's a whole thing. But it was like my home church that I grew up going to. And it's big. It's a big church. It holds like a couple thousand people. And it's literally like just our direct family members in the front row in this giant church. It felt weird. And the lighting was odd. But yeah, it's definitely something that we're going to redo at some point.
My favorite fact is that the pastor or priest, whatever, said it was the first wedding he'd ever had that started early. Because we got done with pictures like way early and we all showed up at the church and we were like, well, I guess it's like ready? 30 minutes before we're supposed to, but we're all here.
Yeah. Yeah, it got done. It started and finished substantially earlier than he thought. Our priest was cool. It was a cool guy. But yeah, we're gonna redo it at some point. Yeah. Yeah. Off topic, meant to mention earlier, but not planning to work in campaign wrap-ups, which were Talks Machina. I might work in information from them, but I certainly won't play them on stream. At least right now. And I will have to watch them to determine if I'm even going to do that. But definitely for like the standard episodes of Talks Machina, I'm not even planning on watching. But spoiler, they get married. Oh no. Yeah. After most restrictions were gone. Nice. Yeah. That's very, very cool. Yeah. To be clear, as my grandmother's second husband, I'm not a time traveler. That'd be funny. There's gonna be a whole set of people that get married during COVID that were courthouse small weddings. Absolutely, yeah. There's definitely like a whole cohort of people like us. And especially people like, I think some people just like want the smaller wedding, which is totally cool. We definitely wanted like a bunch of our friends to be there and they didn't get to. Like we only had a best man and a maid of honor, whereas we were originally supposed to have like 5 groomsmen and 5 bridesmaids each, that we just like wanted. So that, it kind of sucked, but we'll do it eventually. It also ended a lot of marriages that were bad anyways because they found out they couldn't be stuck in a house and survive. Yeah. COVID was a weird thing in general. I think it has done a lot to the human race that we haven't even, I think, fully even begun to unpack. I think it's probably one of the most like substantial events in recent human history. Yeah. Weddings, graduation. Yeah, I didn't have a graduation. I did not attend a graduation at all. They had a makeup one like a year later, but I'd already been working I'd already been a working adult for a year at that point. I wasn't going to fucking drive 3 hours for them to wear a stuffy hat in the sun. No, thank you. So yeah, I just didn't get a graduation at all. Yeah. The world needs a therapy session to unpack. Yeah, a lot. Yeah. Anyways, Critical Role. No more COVID talk. Makes me sad. It doesn't. It's fine. Yeah. Let's do it.
So, as we last left off, our band of adventurers, Vox Machina, were having a conversation. We're in the process of formulating their plan of attack against the Chroma Conclave, a group of chromatic dragons that had banded together and banded together under King, a great into massive-sized red dragon that sundered the Tal'Dorei countryside and currently sits on the main city of Amon. You've traversed multiple planes. You've traversed multiple of the world and gathered these various artifacts called the Vestiges of Divergence in preparation for this battle, honing your skills. And now you guys, after finally defeating your third member of the Conclave and allying with a fourth, Raishan, you defeated Vorgal, the White Dragon, over in over the ruins of Draconia and Wildmount. And you're now returning after gathering the spoils of the fight, making your way to the next leg of your journey to the very, very fast approaching conflict with the Cinder King himself.
Okay, Matt even working into his recap, like really zooming out. Also, we're gonna do ads in a minute. Really zooming out and making sure that like he highlights like, wow, look at this arc that we've been in, and look at all the things that we've done in the arc. Wow, let's look back on all we've accomplished as we approach the end. We're about to end it. There is a fast approaching fight with the Cinder King that you are going to do very soon. I think there's definitely an amount of like, whew, we need to get there. And I felt it a lot in 72. And that recap on 73 makes me feel it even more. If he tilted his head like he was questioning me, I would lose it. Yeah, having to take Matt in What's up? Hello. You got a glimpse of the music of life. And I'm back, and I may never change the ad breaks. Who knows? I am not known for my keeping things forever. But currently, I'm liking the ad breaks. I think they're fun. And you know what else is fun? Critical Role.
And that's where we begin. Last we left off, in the middle of a nearby frozen forest. Percival and Bex probably a fair distance of time apart. Make your no.
That's later.
It's so hard.
Okay.
Yeah,
Jump
Matt.
the gun.
Matt, I don't know how we're gonna do this. I gotta look right at you
Just
for
like
really
stare
hard
directly
hours.
below, maybe just stare at his eyes.
I'm gonna look at the
Just
torch
eyes.
over his right shoulder.
Okay.
Yeah.
So many things.
We gotta go shopping or drinking or something. Nothing serious for the love of Sarah Ray.
So, as you guys reconvene towards the Scanlan's magnificent mansion to prepare the next leg of your journey, what do you wish to do?
Wait, we're in the mansion right now?
No. We're at the top of the ravine.
We're
Oh, that's right,
preparing to go to a portal.
Correct, you guys. All right, so you've gathered to go ahead and make your way.
Did you want to sleep before we went back to Whitestone?
No,
No, we
I can go.
Let's just go back to Whitestone.
Yeah, no. It's been 8 hours. I've done my thing.
Yes, for the bringing some.
Restoring.
Oh, also, I mean, this is just a, general question. No real thing motivating it. No, inciting incident that's making me think about it at all. But just off topic, if you guys had to pick, a spot on the screen where, say, a sponsored banner would go. I don't know. I'm thinking about just where on the screen we would put that sort of element. Obviously not applicable right now, but maybe something to consider. Maybe something to consider for maybe even, say, the very next stream. It's a bit of I don't know. Vertical ribbons can go in one of the yellow spaces. Maybe. It's just, it's something that I'm thinking about for no particular reason. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It's a weird thought for me to have. I don't know.
Storing some of the farmland, yeah. Which, as you complete the entirety of the spell, you watch as the rest of the snow melt begins to turn to water and blocks the land itself go more fertile and the crops begin to pop forward, like you'd begin to see when the ritual initiated itself. With the completion of the land cleansed, you're free to go to the next length of your journey.
Sorry.
Stop. I can't make eye contact. I'm so sorry. It's okay. Get there.
I think you look great, Matt.
You look like Doc Brown exploded. I don't know what to do.
Just pat that tuft of hair down.
Okay. Good. Happy Halloween.
30 more minutes and we'll settle down.
Yeah, do you get immune to it? Sorry.
I would
go
like
on.
to set the Deathwalker's ward to Matthew's costume.
All right, take a short rest.
Thank you.
Situate.
This is coming out of your
All right, so
That's from Vasselheim.
what else do you guys wish to do? What's the next step?
I mean, we gotta go back to Whitestone right
Let's
away.
just head
Yeah, we need to go
Is there
back.
anything else to do here? Was there anything to deliver? Any piece of any body to take with us? Anything? We got everything
We
already.
have. We need to deliver Ripley's arm back in
Still.
Uncle
Okay,
That needs to happen.
sure,
Kershaw's in Vasselheim.
sure.
We need
Might
to
be
do
in
something about
Whitestone
him.
by now.
He might be back. He might be on his way here with
might be on
a
his way.
terrible.
He's
Yeah.
a dick. He can take care of himself.
Hopefully, he
He'll
won't just
he'll-
lose something on the Ravenites here.
All right,
Man,
let's get out of here.
Okay.
they've been through so much.
I mean, it's really just reconfirming his whole life view, so, Hi.
Trophy.
All right. Keelan, cast your thing and let's get the fuck out of here.
Get on to Whitestone.
Oh,
Get
yes.
on, getting on.
I'm coming, Boo.
As you focus and touch the outside of the tree, you watch as the small, familiar portal begins to tear its way through the outer bark of the nearby.
So, do I have a favorite NPC costume? I mean, I think my actual favorite, for me, it has to be Travis as Silas. But I do have a lot of respect for the commitment of Sam's. I have a lot of respect for Sam's. That full face makeup, and especially if you want it to look good for, 3.5 hours, that's tough. But I think my overall favorite is probably Travis's. I'm going to a vampire party on Saturday. I just realized I gotta go to the thrift store. Try to find something. I need leather? Well, that's if we're gonna be a vampire hunter. That's like underworld vampires. I guess that's also kind of Blade vampires. It's a Blade party specifically. It's a party to watch it's an annual party that we're invited to for the first time. To watch the entire Blade trilogy. and I feel like I have to be a vampire with the hair. I feel like I can't be Blade. I would need to, I can't be Blade for multiple reasons, but I can't be any of the vampire hunters. So I feel like leather is fair, but I feel like more of like a dress shirt, a cravat, like that big thing with like the jewel in the center is big. I need a sash. A sash could work. Sam is nothing if not committed. And that's one of the things that I do truly respect about him. Removing one arm for the entire game. That's like when I wanted to have a cast in middle school, and then I loved it. That's whatever. Yeah. My check mark is for Talison's mortal costume. Yeah, I can see that. I can't get a full leather coat from a thrift store, though, and I'm not spending a lot of money on this. That's the thing. That's the thing. Are you getting fangs? I could get fangs. I think I could and should get fangs. The question is, because I don't think a pair of like cheap fangs is going to be that pricey. I feel like it's fine. Blade Party needs a full leather coat. I hope at least someone dresses up as Blade. I just don't think I'm the one to do it, you know? Eyeliner does a lot of work. That's true. I do definitely need like a lot of eyeliner. And glasses. And like I actually have round glasses like these. So I need a lot of eyeliner and like those really round glasses, yeah. Oh man. I said top for Bear since his costume isn't there yet. I mean, he's going to be Clarota. So I will say, yeah, once the squid arrives, there's maybe something. There's maybe something, yeah. You can get a tan or gray trench coat. I might be able to get a trench coat. That's true. That's true. That could work. Pale skin. Yeah, I'm going to need like pale. Paige's skin is paler than mine, so I could even just use like her foundation and probably get like a pretty pale look. Paige says she's not that pale and she's lying. Not your concealer, your foundation. Same thing? Well, yeah. It would make me look like a vampire. But foundation, not concealer. Note that Travis makeup has heavy cheekbone. Yeah. He's got that big, like, he's got a lot of highlight on his cheekbone and then a lot of shadow underneath, which I don't have my Ben Nye fucking makeup kit anymore, but I have taken stage makeup classes. The thing about it, though, is that stage makeup doesn't look as good just face to face. Theirs looks good because they have a bunch of cameras on them and like lights. Because a lot of like stage makeup needs the bright like stage lights to wash it out. So even like a good stage foundation is normally like a shade or two darker than your actual skin tone because the stage lights wash you out so much. Anyways, a vampire probably wouldn't have stage makeup, probably not. But I don't know if we have like highlight and shadowing. I'll have to see. What is Paige? I think Paige is gonna go as a hunter. Are you gonna go as a hunter or a vampire? Okay, so you're going as like you're going as a vampire. All right. Cuz the fluffy coat is like she was like there's like an inspo post for them and one of them had a big fluffy coat and I was like, "Oh, that's like the big rich vampires. That's definitely not the hunters." Ooh, making your own fangs. Maybe. No face painting costume kits until Halloween. Yeah, I won't be able to find those anywheres. Vampires are always culturally out of touch a bit. True. Yeah. Oh, they would have stage makeup. Oh, I see. Yeah. I guess that, yeah, I can see that. Anyways, that was a huge aside. But yeah, I'm psyched for it. And I think I'm gonna give it tied between these two. Matt as a close second, and then the three of these. Well, actually, maybe Marisha as a third, and then these two tied. And then we'll have to update when Talison's full costume comes.
Trunk. From there, as you reach through the magic, creating this portal between you and Whitestone, you hear the voice echo in the distance. I hear you. And thus the temporary doorway between here and Whitestone is open. The rest of you guys rush through with Kima and Pike in tow. You make your way into Whitestone itself. At this point in time, it looks like it's fairly late in the afternoon. What's this? So day here, 8 hours there. So actually, no, it'd be pretty early morning by here.
Yep.
So yeah, at this point, you step out and the sky's just starting to come to light. You see the blue slowly transitioning into a light orange to a yellow as the sunrise is making its way over the mountain range that surrounds the outside of Whitestone. You are met with a few wandering guards that just wanted to the town that acknowledge your presence, but it is your call as to what you wish to do now.
Does the town look like it's safe and intact?
It seems like it hasn't suffered any sort of incursion or attack, yeah.
We've only been gone for, 24 hours?
No, like 2 days since we slept there.
About 2 days.
I'm gonna go check in and see if I can find cash.
Also going to head towards the castle. And we should drop off some of our spoils.
Our loot.
Yes.
Where do we drop them off at?
I would imagine the treasury room of some kind, where it can be.
There is a treasure vault, yeah, within the Whitestone Castle.
Oh, cool, yeah.
Let's go there.
Totally knew about that place.
All right. Pike's just going to go and check in with the temple and to make sure everything there is taken care of and situated. Kima leads with you guys towards the Whitestone Castle. As you make your way up, you get to the very outside of the castle. At the time the sunrise finally breaks the mountain range and you see the sun coming in.
Now, I will say, I've made a couple of comments about, like, oh, Matt, how is... Or Matt is doing all of these things to push them kind of towards the Thordak fight. And I think he has. I think he has been, like, really mentally preparing them and getting them through a lot of their current objectives pretty quickly. The question will be, does he force it? And if not, how does he encourage it? That's what I'm going to be looking for, kind of, in this, is we need to fight Thordak. We don't want another... I would say we really don't want, like, a Feywild mini-arc between now and Thordak. So what does Matt do to encourage that? And do the players bite? Like, do the players take the encouragement? And if they don't, how does Matt handle that? So that's a lot of what I'm looking for in this, because we had a nice break episode last time. Now is where we should start ramping up kind of the rising action. We should get maybe some sort of, not necessarily inciting incident, but some incident to spur them into action. And we'll see what that looks like.
What little bit of mist begins to slowly burn off in the surrounding forested area. The cold, kind of brisk morning air is, immediately met with that kind of that warmth ray of sun hitting you. It's welcoming, both to be returning to a place of comfort, but also the transition into day itself is a very warm and welcoming experience. As you step towards the front, there are about 4 guards at the front gate. They step aside to let you in. As you step into the main foyer of the area, you already see a familiar sight. You see there waiting, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, Sikara Asun.
Scars still on the face?
Yeah, still acid, pocked scar across the right side, ruining the tattooed face. The rest of the castle seems relatively quiet at this time, as it is very early.
She's the only one. He's the only one there.
Within the actual foyer of the castle, yes, the main entrance area. As you guys begin to step inside, Sikara Asun steps in your direction, steps in your direction, and Kima at this point is already kind of taking a brisk walk in that direction, goes pointing outward towards Secret Assume. Now,
I just grab Kima by the wrist. Just... not right now, maybe.
You told me you had already conveyed the creature. At which point, Secret Assume's hand rests on Kima's shoulder. Kima's head whips around to face Assume, and Assume says, "You need not worry."
Just gonna try it. Hang on her.
She hates that.
She doesn't like it.
Oh, no.
He's going through the
God.
sheets.
Oh no.
Kima's eyes blink for a moment.
Oh,
She
fuck.
kinda,
No. I still have my hands on Kima, right?
yeah,
I counter with a 6th level dispel magic. Can I do that?
you can certainly try.
Fuck.
All right, so as you begin to,
Oh no, we're gonna start a fight. That's gonna start a fight.
I
Hold
just
on.
don't want her to fucking cast any shit on Kima.
What if it was just a chill out spell?
It was
It's probably a
it was
charm
it was a
spell.
memory spell, maybe.
Memory spell? No, I don't want to fucking...
it's not a counterspell, but you can try to cast it on her to see if it has any effect.
Okay.
Alrighty. So, the DC spell? Okay. So, as you pull back and begin chanting to yourself, kind of clutching Kima and pulling her away from Assume's grip leaves Kima's shoulder, and Kima's still kind of shaking her head, kind of groggily, you finish the dispel magic, and you feel the strange warm pulse of energy kind of radiate briefly out from Kima's body. Kima turns to look at you and goes, why would... I'm sorry, I got kind of groggy there for a second. We've had a long day. Good to see you, Assume.
That's good.
Assume nods and says, well, the pleasure is mine. Glad to see you all made it back safe and sound.
Yes, we did.
You
Thank
as well.
So, we have a meeting set here in the next 2 hours to gather our information and best situate the next plan of action. You also have a friend waiting for you. Your armored Kashar returned but a half day ago, apparently. Sleeping at the moment. Should you be interested in waking him from his slumber and notifying him of his... well, his service is no longer being needed.
Did he return alone?
He did, and rather proud with his findings.
Oh shit. Where are you off to now?
Oh, I'm here waiting for the meeting.
Lovely.
Damn it, I was typing when they said something and I feel like that was just plot relevant. Someone returned. You also have a friend. Oh, it was Kashaw. Okay. Okay, it was Kashaw. I took it in, but then I was like, wait, was that someone else that is more plot relevant? I'm gonna pause for a second while I finish typing this. Seemed to do something to Kima that was not dispelled by Keyleth's dispel magic. It could be that Rai didn't actually do anything, although that seems unlikely that the dispel magic failed, or that it was something unaffected by dispel magic in the first place. I don't know what it could have been. I mean, it definitely seems like some sort of charm. It could be a memory thing. There's a lot of things it could have been, and it's unclear as to exactly why Keyleth's dispel magic failed, or if it even did. If it just fizzled, and this sort of ambiguity on exactly what happened, like Matt didn't tell her like there was nothing there to dispel. He didn't tell her, oh, it just failed to dispel. That lack of information is definitely a choice. I've oscillated between it at my tables of exactly how much to tell them about that sort of stuff. At my modern table, I would have probably told her whether or not dispel magic could have worked in the first place. I would probably still require her to burn the spell slot, but I would, as feedback from the attempt of casting the spell, I would probably tell her it failed to dispel the magic, or whatever is going on, the dispel magic could not have affected it in the first place. I do think that's a very table to table thing. Very table to table, very DM to DM. even within the same DM at the same table can be different depending on the tone of your campaign. Because I think I lean more towards how Matt did it. Or at least I've leaned that way for the majority of my DMing time. But I lean more towards more feedback in my current campaign. Especially because my current campaign has someone who's a little bit newer. So exposing those things, I think works better with newer players. As opposed to kind of the softer, like, who knows what happened. I think that's a little bit... I think it's a little bit better to give more information with new players, but not totally necessary. Makes me wonder if Dispel Magic could work as a lesser or greater restoration. Yeah, I think they have some overlap depending... And, like, depending on your DM's interpretation, they have some overlap. But, like I'm using Sandra said, some spells are only removed by others. But I think in some cases, it could. It would depend on the nature of the magic. But yeah, I think in some cases.
Where are you off to now?
Oh, I'm here waiting for the meeting.
Lovely.
And who all is going to be a part of this meeting?
As far as I know, it's going to be myself, Cassandra, Allura, and Drake.
Oh, good. Allura, we haven't seen her in forever. Have we?
saw
We
it
did.
pretty
Shit. Yes, we did.
couple
Never mind.
All right. Well, then, until the meeting?
Until the meeting. Food should be ready. And Assume steps out into the sunshine and kind of closes his eyes, takes a deep breath as the sun ray hits, and looks over his shoulder, smiles, and continues to walk down the path in towards Whitestone itself.
Kill it right here, right now.
Kima kind of takes a couple steps. Wow, I'm more tired than I expected after that fight. Then again, we did kill a dragon, and that is fantastic.
We did, yeah. And you got a brilliant new sword.
Which she pulls out and kind of you can see the arc of light kind of streak across the blade as she flings it in the air with incredible strength for a halfling of her size. She kind of still marveled by it. You know what? I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to go practice. And she goes and runs off down one of the hallways towards one of the castles.
Wait, Kima. You don't, like, hear anything when you use that, do you? Like voices or, you know, like someone talking to you or...
She holds the blade up to her ear. No.
No, good. It's a beginner problem, but you're quite advanced. Not worried about it. Enjoy.
Thanks, Rock. Slaps you on the shoulder with like an awkward glance and continues the excited steps forward into vanishing somewhere into the castle.
The sword is clean.
Good job.
Yeah. Dodged a bullet on that one.
We should put that hide in the treasury.
Hide?
The 140 pounds of dragon hide you're carrying right now?
Oh, right. I'm dragging it like on behind me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Like a body in a carpet.
Well, I'm off to deposit this hide.
Good object work.
Yeah. Boy, I need to switch shoulders. Whoa! Get a little raw and little righty there.
Keyleth grabs Vax as they kind of wander off and pulls them behind the rest of the crowd.
Okay.
Let's go.
Where?
Let's track Raishan.
All right.
Let's track her. Let's just do it. Let's just do it right now. Let's kill her. We can do it. She won't expect me. We can find her.
Pull her further away. She didn't expect it, but she is a fucking ancient being.
But she's sick, and we can do it right now. Come on.
Keyleth.
When she's unarmed.
Keyleth, I want to kill a dragon as much as you do.
It's not about killing a dragon. It's about killing her.
I know. But we want it to work. We want her to die. And if you and I do it, it's not going to happen. Her being sick is still up here. We need the others. We need the... I really want to use both my arms to take her, but I can't. Take her by the arms. We need the others. If I thought we could do it, listen to me. I love you, and if you ask me again, I will go with you. But I don't think it will work. I think you and I will die. I think Raishan will spit on our bodies. You will not get what you want. And then Thordak won't die. No one will be happy. I understand.
I just want this to be over.
I want this to be over.
Okay.
We need to stay with the others.
Okay. I'm deciding.
Listen to me. If you tell me to go in, I will go in. But, you know, there's strength with the others. After this, if you tell me to go in, you say the word. It's not like I haven't tried to throw my life away already. You think I wouldn't do it for you?
I just feel like it's very telling when Grog has more patience than I. Okay.
Hey.
I think there's a good bit of balancing there of I think it's hard for me at first it was hard to tell if this was legitimately something that Keyleth wanted or sorry. Not if this was legitimately something that Keyleth wanted. If this was something that Marisha wanted to do or if this was character work. And I think that Liam is doing a good job of splitting the arrow here of I think he is taking it under the assumption that it is character work, but he's also working in an amount of like, hey, if this is a plan that like you actually want to do as Marisha, like I will. You know? He's doing the character work of holding her back, you know? It's the let me at him. I want to get, you know, I when your friend like wants you to hold them back. He's doing that character work with the like caveat of like, hey, if that's not what you're going for, like I'm down. And I think he worked it in well. And it's a tough, like, that specific type of character work of my character wants something that I, a player, do not want them to get. Because I think there's a good shot here that Marisha does not want to attack Raishan right now. But she is playing into Keyleth's character that really, 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 really does. And that is, it's a tough piece of character work to present, but I think even more pertinently here, it's a really tough piece of character work to receive and to like accurately respond to. And I think that Liam's doing a really good job of it, if that is what's going on here, which I think it is. Yeah. This RP with Vex, I'm cool with. Yeah. This is I and my character want this, or is this someone please stop my character on this idea? Yeah, absolutely. Because I think that the idea of someone please stop my character is very fun. And it's something that I think is harder to, unfortunately, harder to pull off in TTRPGs because we don't want to restrict, as players and as DMs, we don't want to restrict our fellow players. Like it's a really common piece of like starting advice is like, you know, support the other players' ideas and like what they want and all that. So it's a very like next level piece of work that, you know, requires delicacy from you, but I think even more more pertinently and more substantially requires a lot from your table mates to balance that. And I think you did a good job. I think you did a really good job of it. It's a neat knife's edge to ride. Yeah. And if you pull it off, I think it shows so much about the character. Like, I think we're getting a really good look at Keyleth through all of this, but it definitely requires good table mates to pull off. Yeah. Like the comedy gag of a scene member holding you back while you weakly fight to try to fight the person they're holding you back from. Absolutely. Yes. It's an awesome beat and an awesome moment, but when fighting is such a core part of D&D, it's hard to know if they really want to be held back or not. So I think that Liam did a really good job of building in a level of like, I'm gonna hold you back, but like kind of let me know if you want me to let you go. Yeah.
It'll happen.
Yeah. I just don't want to wait so long that she gets the upper hand on us. The longer we wait, the more she learns about us, the more we're letting her in, the more we're revealing. I feel like the longer we wait, the closer is her inevitable betrayal.
Pulls her in and just touch foreheads, and I don't think we're going to be waiting for long. I really don't.
Let's catch up with the others.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, the rest of you, what are you going to up to?
I pull Percy aside and say, "We can kill her right now."
It's a tiger! Well,
we got to go to the treasury.
We have to go to the treasury.
And then what? Should we check in with? Who do we need to check in with? Everyone, right? Gilmore and Cash. And...
You've got a couple hours?
We have a couple hours. We need to talk to people. We need to find out where this meeting is being held. If it's being held downstairs or if it's being held in the
It won't
battle
be if
room.
Assume has anything to say about it.
Well, maybe he won't.
And what is this meeting? I know that we have to have a conversation with Assume.
But what is this about?
This meeting may be the beginning of something very violent, or this may be the start of something. I don't know, but be prepared, perhaps, that this meeting may be our moment. Be prepared. Don't think about it. Don't plan. Don't have any thoughts in your head.
Improvise.
You can't lie about anything. Do not lie.
I will also say, in terms of classic Sam, I think that I've said this sort of before, but I think that Sam has matured Scanlan's character so much over the course of this campaign, because he used to make those sorts of jokes, but they were so outside of the fiction. Like, I could never take them seriously. And, like, obviously that was an off-the-cuff joke that he did not expect Taliesin to truly interact with. And, they brushed straight past it. But Taliesin could have interacted with that if he wanted to. He did not have to ignore that. Whereas a lot of Sam/Scanlan's bits in, like, the Underdark, the cast sort of had no choice but to ignore as, like, one-off little funny bits. Because if they really truly looked at them too hard, it became hard to play their own characters, Whereas, like, in that one, it was a funny moment that everyone ignored. But if they had chosen not to, it was something that they easily could have interacted with in character. Like, it wouldn't have been even remotely difficult. It obviously would have been repetitive, which is why they didn't. But I think it's a huge amount of growth in Sam's comedic senses during D&D. I like it so much more because he used to eject me from a scene because I had to stop thinking about it as Scanlan. But there, I could legitimately imagine Scanlan saying that with what I know about his character. Again, it's a bit. We're not supposed to really, like, think about it too hard, but it doesn't eject me from thinking about that as Scanlan. It's just this alternate version of Scanlan that didn't get directly interacted with, but it still feels like a character that is being played the rest of the time, which I really like. I missed it. What did Scanlan say? Scanlan took right after they came back. Scanlan was like, "I say we kill her right now." Like he basically said the exact same thing that Keelan said to Vax, except to Percy. So yeah, it's something that even if you don't interact with it, it is possible to interact with, which I really like. Oh fuck, YouTube is giving me the no. I think we're hitting buffering again. Shit. Yeah, YouTube's giving me the thumbs down. I've only dropped a few frames here and there. But yeah, I think John, I think we're getting the same thing, unfortunately. I will also say there is just a snowstorm in Chicago. So that might play a part in this. But I'm going to stop Twitch just in case, because I'm starting to see it and YouTube's giving me an error. So I'm gonna stop Twitch. I'm very sorry to Twitch viewers. If this keeps happening, I'll probably just stop doing Twitch at least for a while. But for now, I'm gonna stop the Twitch live. Come over to YouTube if you'd like to see the rest. Thank you. So yeah, Twitch has stopped. That should hopefully make it a little bit more consistent. Just small ones been fine for me, not bad. Yeah, I mean it's definitely not been nearly as bad as it used to be, which is why I'm not too concerned about it like overall. But it's something I might need to address. Anyways,
to her about anything. And one of the ways we can lie best is by truthfully saying we have no plans against her right now. Because we have no plans against her right now. The more we talk, the more she will be able to perceive our deceptions, if we have any. Be very careful. This is going to be very dangerous. There's going to be a lot of improvisation.
I just hate knowing that she's going to be able to hear all of our plans.
Honestly, we should have assumed that they could hear all of our plans from the beginning.
Yes.
My fault, really? Well, we are very good at being spied on.
Yes, well, we'd like to talk.
And even if we do, even if we were to get rid of her, there's no sense in believing that they still don't know everything we're doing.
All right. Well, then we'll just see what he proposes and take it from there.
And let's hope that we're downstairs. And if we're not downstairs, well, there's still options.
All right.
Grog, you finally caught up with the group. You managed to drop off your large amount of dragon hide in return.
Holy shit, that skin weighs a ton.
Yeah.
Good thing I'm strong as fuck. What a miss.
Is there a coldy place in the treasure? Wait, this hide is going to be cured or smoked or something?
It's got scales all over it. I mean,
Stretched.
that stays, right? It doesn't have to be kept cold.
I mean, it probably should be.
Kept cold.
It probably should be tended to in a short amount of time, like the next week or so.
Would it be an armorer or a blacksmith or who works
What's
with
the old
dragon
Alison,
hide?
what's the old-fashioned word for the guy who does the hide stuff?
Tanner.
A leatherer?
A tanner! Thank you!
Is there a tanner in Whitestone?
One would assume we have a tanner.
There are
yes.
a few tanners, yeah.
Is
Then
it
let's-
super cold where I dropped off the hide? Like, is it below ground?
It's below ground. Yeah, it's not.
A bit chilly.
Comparatively, Whitestone in general is a pretty chilly place, so yeah.
But not like a fake bake. We want a real tanner, right?
Hey, while they're talking about all this, can I stealth away?
Yes, you can. Make yourself check.
I'll use luck. 20.
What's that?
28.
28, okay. Yeah, you vanish seemingly without anybody else noticing your disappearance.
I would like to go as quickly as I can towards Gilmore's house.
Okay.
It's cheating on you.
Right, so did we,
Look, it's 2016.
did we decide what we do about right?
Secret assumed.
Yeah.
We're going to talk, we're going to listen, we're going to be prepared for anything.
Okay, so we're not.
Not just yet.
Talk, we're going to listen, we're going to be prepared for anything.
Was that last sound the sound of Secret Assumes bowels?
It's open to interpretation.
After he dies,
Yeah.
just sort of letting
That's
it
what
all
I'd be
out.
fancy.
All right, great.
I'll lean that way, but, I don't speak for other people.
The work speaks for itself, really.
Fair enough. Max, as you rush down towards the homestead that Gilmore had made here in Whitestone. Doors closed. There's a large pile out front of what looks to be ruined furniture that's just been kind of jammed into this collection. Presumably from the last encounter they had when the incursion of assassins made their way in. But the door's closed and seemingly locked. A few moments pass, no response.
That's him, that's magic. One more
Would you find a
time.
gold coin? Yeah. Eventually you hear a little bit of rustling and you hear a voice muffled from the upper floor say, "Confound it, I'll be right down."
I'm so scared of this with that hair on your head.
Yeah.
You hear some footsteps, and then eventually the door kind of, you hear the unlocking mechanism, the door swings open a little bit, and you see morning robe, kind of, chest open, curly chest hair kind of poking out, a very groggy kind of bedhead, Gilmore. Was the door? Yes, can I help? Oh, good morning.
I don't know what to do.
Why did I do this
I don't
tonight?
know why.
Hey, this is not fair. Can I come in to talk? Quickly, I have to head back to the others.
Would you like some tea? It's,
No, I don't even have time. I just want to talk to you.
I'd like some tea. Come on in. Come on in. Kind of ushers you to enter and gives you to one of the small chairs, and he walks back into the kitchen while kind of shouting over his shoulder. So, Axeldon, please, tell me what's on your mind.
We're getting closer to the end game here.
I certainly hope so. It's taken a couple years off my lifespan.
We just killed another one of the dragons.
Really?
Yeah,
How many is that now for you? 3?
it is 3.
You're making a name for yourself. I'm proud of you. A few moments pass, and Silence and Gilmore walks back out, clutching what looks to be a small tray with a few teacups, and as he's walking, he's kind of twirling his finger, and you can see a little spiral flame kind of encircling the tea kettle as it begins to heat up. As he brings it over and sits down on the table, kind of pulls his robe in and sits down across from you on this kind of low-slung tea table, and takes a bit and sips it.
Yes.
So, what brings you here this Early in the morning, friend.
I think I might be dead in a couple of days. So, I came here to apologize. If you think I have no feelings for you, you're kidding yourself. I care for you very deeply. I have for a long time. And I don't think I've treated you fairly. But I wasn't playing games. Sean, it's been a little weird lately, and I understand why, but I want you to know that I love you as a dear, dear friend, and I really don't think I'm going to be here in a few days, and I would hate to think that I would be...
That's far too fatalistic from the facts of the that I know. Number one. Number two, you have nothing to apologize for. Look, everything's on fire around us all the time. We all jump at whatever a little bit of comfort finds its way before us. And at the same time, I appreciate your honesty. And I'm thankful for the connection that we do have. And yes, heartbreak comes where heartbreak goes. It's a part of life. It just means that I need to find somebody who's a little more, my speed.
That guy will be fast.
You better be. Don't worry about it. Go. Kill a dragon. Another. Kill 2 more. Kill 6 more. I don't care. Just know that you're coming back. Because I need you and your friends to keep pimping out my name.
Sure. Whoever gets you will be a very lucky man.
I know. I know.
I love you.
I know. You sure don't want any tea?
I'm really nauseous right now. I almost didn't come here.
I'm glad you did.
Look. Not to say you can't love your friends. I've said I love you to friends before, but this feels like the wrong time. The conversation of, I don't want to be with you, but I still have feelings for you, but I don't want to be with you, but I might die, so I wanted to talk to you first, and also I love you. A little mixed messaging. Oh, Baxildon.
He takes your cup. Waste not, want not. Now go. Stop being uncomfortable in front of me. I need to get my morning
Yes.
situated.
Goodbye.
That stands there.
I will say, he did say I love you as a friend. And then separately, just the words, I love you directly. Even if Gilmore knows it all intellectually, I'm just saying. It's a mixed messaging. I've said I love you to a friend, to multiple friends, with absolutely no caveat. I think you absolutely can do that. But conversation. The context. Oh, Vax.
Waves his hand and the door opens on its own.
I leave.
He takes him by the shoulder real fast before he even turns around and goes, till next time. Say it.
Till next time.
All right. Go. You feel a little pat on your backside on the way out. He's just gonna sit there holding his tea, watching you leave, and door slams behind you. Make your way back.
I'm sorry I made you do that in that Skullcat map.
Look, I don't have to look at this.
I was
I'm
about to say,
fine.
he has to wear it. We're the ones who have to look at it.
From my perspective, this is easy.
All I saw was a very handsome man.
This is all training. It's
Yeah.
training in 1,000 times
That's
gravity.
It totally is.
So incredible.
Performing arts with the weights on.
I've been doing this since the 80s and 90s, man.
We need to find Kashaw
Yeah, I set off
before the meeting. Yeah, I
to
go
find
too.
Kashaw in fact.
All right. Asking around quickly, he is back in the room where he's been staying in Whitestone. You go back to his door. It's closed.
Cash,
Nothing.
are you sleeping?
No.
Break down the door.
Yeah, no.
Cash.
I'm gonna jiggle the lock. Is it locked?
It's not.
I open it. Just a crack and look in.
I hope you're not naked.
As you open it up, there's no light on the inside, but the light that does come in as you kind of slowly open the door. You can see he's halfway out of his armor and he's passed out, like on his back on the bed, like just like one arm out, just snoring loudly, like he was too tired to make it all the way. And just.
Should we let him sleep or should we talk to him?
I don't know.
He snores.
Wow.
You know, my brother doesn't snore.
No, I know.
Who?
No, I mean I don't.
No,
not
just,
that I.
just never
don't worry
mind.
about it.
I'll let you try this. I'll be the one to fuck up.
Do I have stones, any like rocks or anything in my bag?
Wait,
Maybe
you're
like
gonna throw a rock at him?
Yeah, just to see if he wakes up.
We can't just poke him? That seems so weird.
You're an archer. You can.
Well, I don't want to kill him.
You could put it
Why
up
don't we
his nose
just
if you
tap
want
on his
True.
shoulder?
I'll sneak in, tap his shoulder, come back out, see if he wakes up.
Oh, that's not
I
a bad
don't want him
idea.
to know that, you know.
that we did that?
Yeah.
Sure. I'll stand on the outside and look unsuspecting.
I want to sneak in and just take his little foot and then walk out.
Oh,
Real
he
fast.
still has his boots on.
Shit.
It's more like his upper torso. He got partway out and then passed out.
I tickle his hands.
Okay, so you go from
Tickle his hand and then go back really fast to the doorway.
Okay. You tickle his hand. No response.
Fuck him. I flick his nose.
As soon as you flick his nose and you start to back away, there's a blur of motion, and suddenly he comes leaping out of the bed, grabs over and grabs his spear. His hand reaches for nothing in the air and slings it forward in your direction, just bypassing your face by a few inches. And he looks still halfway, going.
Oh, Cash. Oh, hi. Fancy meeting you here. Shit.
Yeah, it's my room.
I keep doing that. I keep doing that.
It's awkward.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh my
Throws his
gosh,
spear
you're
to the
awake.
side.
Oh, good. I was wondering if.
Yeah, I hope we didn't. I hope you weren't sleeping.
I hope I wasn't either. Sure. All right. I'm glad you're here because it took me a long ass time to get here. And he kind of sits up in the bed and, or sits down back on the bed and reaches over and pulls up one of his packs and brings out a couple of rolls. Just, okay. So, I talked to Vanessa.
Yeah.
I got 2 contracts here that we can take up for this.
Okay.
I've got one here, and he pulls it out. He's like, this is for 2 indigenous creatures to the region we were talking about over by on Wildmount. One is a purple worm matron.
Ooh, that sounds big.
Supposedly. Shit's dangerous.
Yeah.
Careful. This one is for storm giant. This one's a little harder to get a hold of, apparently. They tend to.
They're so hard to
live
get.
up
You know
there,
what? We
but-
should probably focus on the other one. Mm-hmm. Unless Vorgol's already dead.
Yeah, wouldn't that be crazy?
That would be crazy.
If he
And
just was.
then- What do we do with his contracts if he is? Just wondering about that.
Get out of my room.
Cash.
Just get out.
Cash.
Get out of my room.
Look,
Your help has been.
not
Out
overlooked at all.
Of
We should
my
probably
room.
go.
We should probably go.
Do you want these back?
Out
Do
of
you
my
want... I'm just gonna set them down
Out
on
of
the
my
ground.
We
I'm
could.
out.
Get out of my room.
All right. Even though they are not going to pursue it, for the sake of completeness, I wanna copy out those contracts. Loop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh, that sounds big. I talked to Vanessa. All right. From Cashaw. Boop. Talked to Vanessa. Got 2 contracts. We got one here. I know that the contracts don't actually matter since, they already killed Vorgol. But there's a purple worm matron. Damn. Near Wildmount, or near Draconia, and a storm giant. I mean, the storm giant seems a little bit less like, whoa, but purple worm's not something to sniff at. That's true. They really are just going through the gamut, aren't they? Matt has his Cash impression down pat. He does. It's crazy how bad his Pike impression is, given how good his Cash is. He's just better at certain types than others. His Cash impression is good, though. I agree.
By the way, you might want to get like a mouth guard or something because you snore a little. No.
You leave him in silence and darkness. Out of my room!
Keelith, we should go.
Okay. We'll see you later. What?
Come here. Okay. And I take her around a corner.
Kiss me. Cash?
No! God, no!
What? Pass him out? Pass him? Did I miss him?
No!
What? Percy? Yeah. Oh, I know. Oh, that's good.
I mean, I know you guys are like really close, and I don't know if that's weird.
Why are you asking me?
I don't know. You're like his sister.
He's not my twin brother.
No, I know. This is true. How are things with you and Max? Thanks for bringing it up. Is it good?
I still worry if you care.
I can, of course I can. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you say that.
I just hug her. No, yeah. And listen. Okay.
Sorry, that happens a lot. I'm very happy for you.
Hey, thanks. We should go look at the treasury.
Okay, let's go to the treasury. Yeah, we should go victory shopping.
Oh my god. Yeah. Do you think he'd mind if we just...
Like,
I mean, we have so much money, we don't even need to do that.
I mean, it's basically our money, though, right?
Yeah. No,
So,
kind of.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so you guys wander your way up.
You know, Vex, I feel like you might be a bad or a good influence on me. I'm not sure, but I like it.
It's all good.
Okay.
Scanlan, Grog, first of all, what do you guys do?
Life is failing the Becknell
I
test so
mean-
hard right now.
What do we need?
So bad.
Sorry. Carry on.
Sometimes they do talk about
What are
boys.
you doing?
I mean, like,
They are like 50% of...
I had no, I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. Carry on.
Right? We don't really need to like check in with anything.
Give me, do you have the gold?
Well, I mean, I have, yeah.
We should probably divvy it up, don't you think?
No.
But it's like, it's really a lot to hold on to your person. I mean,
No,
it's a
but we
bag
should
of
all
holding.
replenish our personal
You can have some
amounts.
pocket money, but
Yeah, how
yes,
much
yeah.
do you want? You don't
You
have to.
know,
I'll have it.
5,000. We have hundreds.
You want 5,000? Do you have good
Silver
credit?
pieces.
Do I have good credit?
Yeah.
I have never misspent a single coin.
Can I have your last 4 pay stubs, please?
There's 2 of them right here.
There, that's good enough. 5,000 gold.
As Grog gives you 5,000 gold, which weighs roughly 100 pounds. It weighs more than you do.
And it's probably about 1,000 because I can't
Nah.
count 5,000.
Yeah, you just keep. He just starts divvying it out until it's like larger than you in a pile in the center.
But what are you going to do with
All right, I'm gonna give some back.
Oh, you really?
Why don't you give me 10 platinum?
No,
What,
absolutely.
that's the same. It's the same.
Oh,
10 platinum?
10 platinum is an awful
Well, he
lot.
can carry 10. That's easy.
Sure.
Hold on, let me consult Blackstone.
10 or 10,000?
Don't do it. Yep. Stone Black
You're with
says
us. You're with
it's
us.
all right.
I am.
You
I'll
are.
take the gold, I'll put it back in, and I'll give him 10 platinum,
All
which
right,
is
so you have
actually
10 platinum.
6.
So you get 6 platinum from Grog, which is roughly 60 gold.
1, 3, 7, 8, 9, 40, 10.
That's it?
Yep.
Excellent.
And give me 500 gold as well.
No.
Of course, I need money.
It's really heavy. How about I'll give you like 20 more platinum?
Great, that sounds good.
And I'll give him 4 more.
Oh, God.
Give me 50 more platinum.
50?
Yes.
Great, I'll give you 1 more.
Thank you. 11 platinum.
Perfect.
I'm going to try and find Allura. I'm going to leave them to their madness. I'm going to try and find Allura and Cassandra, or anybody I can find in the castle at this point.
Okay. As you walk around, nobody else who's supposed to be meeting has gathered yet.
All right.
However, Cassandra is awake and in the process of going through some papers, and she has her personal guard at her side and 2 guards at the door, and you can see she's kind of just getting herself prepared for the meeting. As you enter the room, the door partially ajar, you can see her still down there. She's currently thumbing through notes. Her hair's still kind of in disarray and pulled back haphazardly. She's wearing her morning gown, and without any look up, she goes, "Percival, glad you arrived, and still in one piece."
Yes, and down one dragon.
I have to tell you, I'm very impressed.
Thank you. 2 more to go. It's going to get a little heavier at this point.
Indeed, that's largely what our meeting is about.
What was that again?
Sorry, I need to go fire some of my guards. They're making a nuisance. Continue, please.
2 more to go. I fear that it is possible that Whitestone itself may eventually be the target of an attack. I feel it may be inevitable.
That is actually what our meeting is about. Prevent that from happening.
Just quickly to check. I would know what languages Cassandra spoke, correct?
She would speak, what languages do you know?
Elven, Celestial, Common.
She knows Elven and Common, she does not know Celestial.
Okay.
That was more of your hobby.
I figured that was kind of my guess. I just wanted to confirm. I hand her a small slip of paper that I've written in Elven. Be prepared for anything today. Keep silent.
She gives you a very keen look. And you can see Cassandra, as much as she is the healthiest you've seen her physically, her eyes have dark circles over them. It looks like she's been very harried by just the events of these past few weeks, understandably so.
Okay, I will say, as much as I get on Taliesin for just like assuming that things happen, it's just like, oh yeah, you know, I write up some blueprints, not that hard, or I'll just like whip these up in the day or whatever, et cetera, et cetera. Like, even though I get on him for that, I do like that sort of thing in situations like this of, oh, I, as Percy, would have known like a common language outside of common that we have, if we have one. And I pre-wrote a little slip of paper with something on it in that language. Like, that is something that is so dirt simple that I am perfectly fine with my players essentially flashing back and saying that they did something in the past, when that thing that they needed to do in the past takes less than, I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes even. If it takes an inconsequential amount of time, I'm totally down with it. And we got ads in a minute. 50 platinum. Fucking, don't you start this, Daniel. He framed it a lot more of a question than he does with a lot of other things. Yeah, I mean, and he checked beforehand to like make sure, like, he checked ahead of time to see if it would even have been feasible. Do we know, like, I would know some of the languages that she knew, right? Yeah. So it's like, he checked to make sure that it was feasible. And then, like, once it became something that he could feasibly do in 5 minutes, yeah, he's just like, oh yeah, I wrote a little slip of paper. Because narrating that ahead of time, like before even conversing with Cassandra, would take up too much. It would be like bad time taken at the table. Because he would basically still have to narrate it when he actually goes to talk to her. What's up? Hello. Gotta get clips of all the times I've been interrupted. That'll be good. That'll be good someday. Easy to find, too. They're just at the beginning of the breaks. But anyhow. Oh, yeah, he could also write it out there in the room. That's also true, yeah. Engineering from Trauma Incarnate. He might have skipped a few math lessons. Yeah, I think his engineering's a little bit more practical. I also knew tons of engineers that were not very good at math. They had to, they were really reliant on calculators, and they had to recheck their stuff a lot. They had good intuitions, but they would have to recheck the exact figures a lot. It's I don't want to say it's common, but it's certainly an archetype of engineer that exists.
She takes and looks over the sheet and goes, well, very well. Should be an interesting meeting then.
I think so. I do think so. It's good to see you taking command.
It's good to see you, and I look forward to you sharing some of the burden soon.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, quite possibly.
Right?
We will discuss once the dragons are taken care of.
Good.
We will discuss at the very least relieving you of some of this burden.
Good.
I know it is not fair.
Was there is fairness, neither? The wonders of lordship and ladydom.
I'm going to run off and try to find Jarrett.
Do you wish to come? Anything else you want to keep during this conversation?
No, I'm fine with that. My last thing is I'm just going to quickly run and have a quick conversation privately with I assume we have some sort of royal jeweler of some kind, or somebody who does some of the ornamental work for that.
No one who lives on site per se, but there are 2 individuals that your family generally used for various forms of jewel craft.
I'm just going to write and send a letter off for that.
Okay, no worries. Scanlan, what are you looking for Jarrett?
Just looking for Jarrett.
Okay. You head outside of the main castle down to where the training barracks are for Whitestone, and you can see Jarrett's already out there with a small kind of metallic platter on his lap, just scarfing up some food real fast. He's gotten his day started relatively early, and as soon as you approach, his mouth's already full. Scanlan, it's good to see you.
Good to see you too. What are you enjoying there?
The usual gruel that you find in the city.
Oh, I thought might be something that meat-based that you could have popped up a bit with your spice.
Oh, well, trust me, I've used it on the eggs, and it makes it bearable. This Iceland is not known for its cuisine, from what I can tell. Everything's gray and lacks flavor.
I'll invite you over to my house sometime. Give you a proper chicken dinner.
All right, I will happily take you up on that offer. Thank you.
Just wanted to check in on the task we talked about.
The task?
You know, the mission we discussed.
Remind me again?
I don't want to talk about it out in the open. But you know, there was some illicit...
Oh!
Items of medicine.
Yes, I sent a request through someone I know.
Sent a request? You're using other people? I trust you. I don't trust other people.
I'm not going to leave the city right now to go find... Look, I have 2 people I know that might be able to get what you need, but it's going to take time.
I don't have time.
When did you pick up this habit?
I'm
worried about you now.
I'm trying to pick it up, damn it. It's the most difficult habit to pick up. Listen, can I just confide in you man to man, one-on-one here?
Certainly.
You're a fighter. You're a strapping young battle man, aren't you?
I have been told this once or twice, yes.
I just haven't felt myself recently. You know, we have these fights, and some of them are pretty epic, and there's monsters involved, and I'm usually on my game, but lately I'm just feeling a little off. How do you cope with that?
Well, largely by not,
Dude. Okay. Even beyond presenting things in a way that the other players can interact with, which I think Sam is getting increasingly better at. He is also, I think, really learning how to make some of his ridiculous escapades actually work back into some character beats. Like, that right there is like, man, why are you looking for drugs? This is so weird and random, Scanlan. And it's like, he's having a midlife crisis. He's like, like, we've been doing all these things and I haven't been getting the same adrenaline rush that I used to. He's basically voicing the core inner conflict of, like, One Punch Man. Of, we've been doing all of these epic things, but I'm not getting the same fulfillment out of it. That's a cool character beat. Like, I don't know that he had that pre-planned or anything when he started all of this, but I think he did an amount of thinking about it in how it could relate into Scanlan's inner world. And that is not work he was doing at the start. So, yeah, kudos to Sam. I think he's getting substantially better at working in his ridiculous escapades in a way that actually form a ludicrous character rather than form 2 separate characters. One which is out of this world and one which actually talks to other people. I think he is really starting to do very, very well at forming this one cohesive character that all of them can interact with. It's really cool. It's it's in terms of, like, player growth, I think all of them have grown. But Sam and Scanlan, the character, is the most maybe obvious growth to me. I can see such a distinct difference between the two, you know? Do you think Matt actually forgot? Yes. I think Matt actually forgot. Yes. Obviously pure speculation, but I do think that Matt forgot. Sam grows as much as Scanlan does. Yeah. What do you mean by 2 characters? I mean that back in the Underdark arc, that's the specific place that my mind goes to. I think it was kind of a gray area after that, but especially in the Underdark arc, to me it felt like there was the Scanlan that talked to other NPCs and talked to the party and like did combat, and then there was a separate Scanlan that did like pooping on the bed type stuff. Like there was pooping on the bed Scanlan, and then there was other real Scanlan. And any time that pooping on the bed Scanlan like reared up, I stopped being able to take it seriously as like a cohesive character, because I felt like the other characters and the other NPCs could not seriously interact with him pooping on the bed in like a legitimate way that kept their characters like worldviews and reactions and personalities intact. Like I just think very, very few of them would have interacted that way. And so that's what I mean by 2 separate characters. There was like the character of Scanlan that they could interact with, and the one that I feel like they kind of couldn't. And I feel like nowadays Scanlan is the same person. Scanlan is still ridiculous, but all of his ridiculous antics are actually interactable. And he brings them back into like Scanlan's inner world in a way that I never felt like I saw in the first arcs. Yeah. I view Scanlan's need for spice as something to calm, tranquilize him, not as an adrenaline rush. Possibly. I mean, I think that clearly he has tied it to something about his adventuring life has changed, right? He like he is off in some way. And I think that the real thing that I heard from him is he doesn't even know what is wrong with him. He doesn't know if it's an adrenaline rush or a calming thing or whatever. I think that's why he's not even asking for like any sort of specific drug from Jarrett. He doesn't know if he needs an upper or a downer, or like, he doesn't know what's going on with him. And I think that is a very like quality explanation for this weird out of nowhere obsession with drugs and with spice. I think that is a truly quality explanation for that behavior. Yeah. I think it's really, really good. Yeah. Kaylee was the point at which I really saw that change happening, and I think it is super interesting. I fully agree. I think that Kaylee, I think there's a possibility that he had sort of been working up to it like right before Kaylee, or maybe a little bit before Kaylee. But I think that was the huge inflection point in his character, where it's like, since Kaylee, I don't remember thinking, wow, I can't take Scanlan seriously right now. Like that's not Scanlan. There have been times that have possibly stretched that, times where he didn't do as good of a job. But broadly, post Kaylee Scanlan, I can take so much more seriously, even though I am taking a ridiculous character seriously. I couldn't even bring myself to take his previous character seriously at all, even under the assumption that it's ridiculous. Yeah. Same way about Scanlan for the whole first arcs of the show. Yeah. I think that there's still an amount of gradient like through the Briarwood arc. But broadly, yeah, I think it's like pre-Kaylee and post-Kaylee is like a really clean way to demarcate it. Yeah. He has made it so that the other players can interact with his poop on the bed. Got it. With the equivalent of the poop on the bed. The equivalent of the poop. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I consider the Underdark as basically the pilot. Yeah. It's super different. And then Vasselheim is very weird. Like, I understand the people that think like you should start at the Briarwood arc. I definitely get it. I'm glad that I didn't. But especially as just like light entertainment, it makes a lot of sense to me to start at the Briarwood arc. Because Underdark and Vasselheim like are so them getting their feet under them not really understanding what it is, and still like working into it to an extent. The Briarwood arc feels like the first true incarnation of what the rest of the show has been. Yeah. There is possible that there was a chance, or that there's a chance that Sam and Matt had a conversation. It's very, very possible. Yeah. There's definitely hints through the Briarwood, largely after Orion, where they all started to expand. Yeah, I agree. I think like it's hard to even evaluate Vasselheim because it was so strange. Not even like strange in like an objective sense, but like strange in comparison to the rest of Critical Role. So it's hard to even like factor in Vasselheim. But yeah, he's definitely getting better in Briarwoods compared to how he is in Underdark. And then Kaylee comes very, very quickly after Briarwoods. So yeah. I always thought Kaylee gave Sam some direction for Scanlan in a way he maybe didn't need before the game was a show. Very possible. And I mean, I don't want to, yuck any yum. If you're playing a character like Underdark Scanlan. But I do think that even at the most comedically minded, beer and chips type table, I think that current Scanlan, like Chroma Conclave Scanlan, I truly think is funnier than Underdark Scanlan because I can consistently interact with the comedy. If it's like if doing improv, if there were half of the lines that I couldn't respond to as a teammate, some of those lines might be individually funnier, but they don't contribute to the overall comedic narrative. So I think even just from a like joyful, like playing a fun character, I am personally of the opinion that this version of Scanlan is more fun. Now that's a pure opinion thing. That's totally subjective. That's an opinion thing. But I think that it's very, very possible that, Sam just hadn't played that much D&D. He didn't realize how much deeper into it he could go. He didn't realize the type of thing he could do and the types of characters he could create. I think a lot of them didn't. And we've seen them all realize the nuance that you can bring to a D&D character in a way that they maybe didn't realize, towards the start. Going for the joke is ways to exercise his charisma and how to entertain his table. And now feels like he's added drama and sincerity to his tool belt. Yeah, precisely. If there is a way to win D&D, I think for Sam, that means impressing and entertaining his friends and leaving an impression. Yeah. And I don't think he knew that you could do that with the type of character that Scanlan is now when he started. Or maybe he did, but he thought it was, frankly too hard when it was just them playing casually at home. Making a more fully fleshed out character is not everyone's cup of tea for a once a month hobby. Whereas now that it's a weekly job at this point, he might just be willing to give it more mental space, which you need to pull off more nuanced, complicated characters. So I think there's a ton of, like, I give Sam a ton of grace for how, I give all of them a ton of grace for how the Underdark went. Like, there's so many things that made the Underdark what it was in terms of being, at least so far, the worst arc of Critical Role. But like, none of those reasons are indictments on any of the players. They aren't indictments on Matt. A lot of it is just context. Is the reason that I think it's the worst. Yeah. Definitely funnier post Kaylee. Yeah. Humor is better when grounded, especially if it's somewhere a little dark, at least to me. Yeah, and I mean, humor is subjective, but I definitely think that it is overall more satisfying and overall more fun when it has a little bit of grounding. Yeah. If your character is too lol random, you have no expectations, so you can't buck them. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And always going for the cheap joke in improv is the quickest way to kill a scene. Old Scanlan went for the joke constantly. New Scanlan sets up his scene partners. Yeah. And I think, even a lot of that with, me talking about like the differing levels of effort. Like going for the cheap joke is easier. And if it makes your table mates laugh and you don't want to put in as much effort, I think that's valid. Like, I think that this is a better and funnier character, modern Scanlan. But you don't always have the time to put in more effort. We can start, I think, expecting that out of Critical Role nowadays. But it's, something that if you want to bring to your tables, I think you absolutely should. But if you don't have the capacity to do that, I don't think you should feel bad, because it's definitely harder. It's absolutely harder. Yeah. The LDL has a D&D skit about a character named Poop or something and how he becomes heartbreaking as the campaign goes on. Yeah. Because I think as you go through something, if you're really trying to ground them, it should get progressively better. God, there's another fucking... Oh, I can never remember his fucking channel. Damn it. It's Zach the Bold, I think. I just saw a Zach the Bold short that was about the Wandering Tavern, the Kickstarter, the Wandering Tavern. And he literally had that bit in his short of, here's this lighthearted, fun second mate named Schmitty. Hi, Schmitty. Oh man, do I wanna watch it? As it's a short, but you know how I get about like rebroadcasting other people's stuff. I'm gonna show it because I think it is very pertinent and very funny to what we're talking about specifically right now. But this is a broad thing. Zach the Bold, if you see this, I will edit this part out of the VOD if you don't want me to be showing this sort of stuff. I absolutely respect your right to your content. But I wanna spread your stuff as well. Let's see. Zach the Bold starting a new campaign. It's also a short. Oh wait, that one's also funny. God. I hope that Zach doesn't suck in real life. I've never met him. I've never talked to him. So I hope he doesn't suck. But I like a lot of his stuff. Not having interacted with him at all. Oh no, is it gonna take too long to find? Son of a bitch. Son of a shit. Now I'm just looking back through my liked videos because I know that I liked it in there. Wait, hold, chat. Yes, this is
you all meet up in a tavern.
Okay. Yep. This is a minute. Okay. Can you link it in the description when you post the vid? I'll link it in the description right now. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Copy. Yeah, make it very, you know what? I'll do that before I even show it. Make it easy to find. Because yeah, I wouldn't bring it up if I didn't really like the guy. I think you guys should all go and check him out. Yep. Link to Zach the Bold. Boop. Done. Yeah. And I'm sure that some of you at least have seen some of his shorts at some point. But this is the one that when I think about like a silly character getting put into a grounded character, this is what I think of.
You all meet up in a tavern.
Original.
Yawn.
Can we get something new for once?
That's floating in the sky. A technological marvel imbued with the arcane. It gives you a feeling of mysticism you haven't felt since watching your first Studio Ghibli movie. There are rich characters that feel both familiar and whimsical, and villains that dance to the melody of redemption. Wow! And the first mate is a little guy named Schmitty.
Oh, hello there. Hi, Schmitty.
So let us begin this charming adventure of the skies. It is a dark and calm night outside the Wandering Tavern. A man kneels on the edge of a plank as a hush falls over the crowd on the ship.
Echo Whisperwind, you stand trial for the attempted mutiny of the Wandering Tavern. May the skies guide you in your descent to judgment.
Have you all gone mad? Do you not remember what this ship means? Schmitty, knock some sense into these people. May the yawning abyss cleanse you of your sins.
I just wrapped up my first day of DMing.
Oh man. That I mean, number one, cinema. But number two, yeah, that's what I think of when I think of the funny character becoming grounded is Schmitty. Anyways. But fingers crossed, no copyright strike. Yeah. I mean, if he does copyright strike it, I'll edit it out of the VOD. I am more than willing. But yeah. I like how Mega never doubted us, but now gets it when we say Scanlan gets better. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, it's a bad week for finding out YouTube influencers suck IRL. Is it? I'm not up on the news. I'm not up on the happenings. Uh-oh. Who? I almost don't even want to ask. Oh no, because I don't want to bring down the stream. Maybe I'll look into it later. Because I am a little drama frog. So I do want to know. No, I won't harsh the vibe. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll look into it later. I saw a skit about interrogation and showed it to my D&D table. He's great. I would love to do something with Zach. I've never reached out to him because he does almost exclusively short stuff, and I'm not, that into shorts. But he did just post a longer video, so maybe I'll reach out to him. Who knows? I'd love to do stuff with him. He's great. Or at least he seems great. I want to point out that his Wandering Tavern floats, and I was devastated to find out that the inn from the Wandering Inn books does not actually wander, not even on chicken legs. Oh, that's sad. It should wander. The Wandering Tavern should wander, even if it just teleports, even if it's Dracula's castle from Castlevania. It should wander. Come on. Isn't that every week? Ooh. Not D&D related. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I was also wondering, going over my mental list of D&D fluencers, D&D tubers, dungeon tubers. Can I announce this? Yeah, I can announce this. I won't announce anything specific on it. But I am, I guess you guys can just look forward to it. I am participating in Dragon Week, which is the follow-up to Kraken Week from last year. They're now genericizing it as Monster Week. And this year is Dragons. I think I haven't announced this, right? Or did I announce it? Pointy Hat put it out. So I'm doing Dragon Week. I'm also doing some other big collabs. New Pointy Hat Week. Yeah. New Pointy Hat Week. Deja Vu. Oh, I did it last stream. I'm excited about it. I'm very excited about it, if you can't tell. And the quest that I put out in the Discord is related to what I got cooking up. Okay, now I'll know. I've already mentioned it. Kraken Week followed by Dragon Week. What's after that? Tarrasque Week. I mean, next year I could see it being Tarask Week. It's only a single week. It's just Monster Week. So it won't be Kraken and then Dragon this year. It's just Dragon. But I could see Tarask Week next year. That'd be fun. Why doesn't everyone love moving buildings on legs or stilts? I like when the building go. Me too. I really like when the building move. But anyways, all that said, maybe I should talk to Zach about being in my Dragon Week. We'll see. I don't know.
Using illicit substances?
Oh, don't judge. Don't judge.
I'm not judging. I'm just worried about you. Like, if you don't even have a habit, why would you look for this? The Scanlan I knew, the one that hired me, he knew how to deal with this issue. He got laid.
I don't really do that much anymore.
Maybe that's why you're not feeling up to the task.
That is a very fair point, Jared.
I'm just saying. Look, and I do not mean to talk it up, Tony, such as his meal aside, but you are a man who walks driven by his pelvis. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Then what happens if the pelvis goes, unused, grows bashful?
Preach.
Like a fine instrument, it can go untuned.
Then?
Leave a fine violin without playing it for many years, it could wither and rot until you need to replace some of the parts. In a way, the same is true for my member. But the problem here, Jared, is that I'm distracted. I'm distracted by things that haven't ever distracted me before. I've made a promise to someone to stay alive. I've never valued my own life before, and when we get into the shit, I'm second-guessing things. I'm making stupid decisions that I wouldn't have otherwise made.
Because suddenly you have purpose.
Exactly.
Because you have a reason to come back.
Yes.
That's not a bad thing, though.
I just don't know how to harness that kind of stress.
Do you have a keepsake of this reason to return? This person you made a promise to?
Do I have a keepsake? I don't think so. No?
Then you need to just have a keepsake.
Well, she's not around right now to get a keepsake from.
Then something else that reminds you of her. Something you could look at in that moment where you're not so sure.
How did you get so wise, Jared?
Drink a lot, listen to people talk. There are none wiser than barkeeps, my friend, and I have been friends with many a barkeep.
These are all good suggestions. But I'm a man of instinct, and my instinct said that I needed to supplement my body with some extra liquid courage. So if you can please continue to look for me.
I will continue searching and providing what you require.
I've just heard that it can help people in moments of panic and stress. And
I've watched it ruin lives near Katala Swamp.
I can handle it. I can...
I do think broadly he is less crass, but it's still lurking around in him. But he's, man, it's so good. It's so good. It's even, I appreciate Matt bringing in a lot of, bringing in who Scanlan used to be, confronting Sam with it, and Sam taking it in stride and working it in. Yeah. I can't say anything else that I haven't already said. Snaps. That shit's great.
Handle a lot of things.
You are a strange gnome.
Takes one to know one?
Does not work in this circumstance, but I applaud your attempt. It was good. I'll do what I can, but don't forget, you have more than just one reason to stick around.
I know, that's what worries me. I'll think about what you said. Maybe I'll go have a toss and see if that helps too.
Okay, here, tell you what, come here.
Yes.
And he sucker punches you in the face, just you unexpectedly fall back, you feel kind of the pulsing of the blood run to your cheek, and your eyesight goes white for a second, he goes, see, now you have to live to return the favor.
That was clever. I will definitely get you back for that.
Good, I look forward to it.
Watch your back.
I always do.
All right. Get me some drugs!
Awesome. All right, so.
Can I find? It was like daytime, right?
Yeah, it's like early morning, maybe pushing around.
Since everybody's out
9 o'clock.
doing like important shit, is there like a way I can find like a courtyard, like an open air area?
There are a couple of courtyards within the perimeter walls of the castle. Yeah, they have like some small garden elements.
If I get out there, are there like a lot of guards like keeping an eye?
Not within the courtyard, generally, no. Occasionally there'll be one patrolling, but.
Can I pee in the courtyard?
By all means.
Yeah, I just feel like I really need to like mark the territory. I mean, this is like home for us, right? And I peed all over Grayskull Keep. Like I just left little puddles that y'all didn't know about. It's really important because like other Goliaths come around and like, nope, the wolf's here. I got to go elsewhere.
I just assumed it was shoddy masonry and everything was leaking.
Nah, stealth room, motherfucker. Wow. Can I take a leak at
Yeah, and there are a number of walls to choose from, varying heights, different levels of masonry. Like it is, you have the veritable pick of the litter.
Can I find the highest wall with the most ornate decoration on it and just go slightly off left, the way my member goes, and just make a little box right there, just a little waterfall on the white side?
Certainly. You find the portion where the exterior wall has one little.
This does seem a little poignant right after our whole shitting Scanlan diatribe. I will say, you know what the first thing I'll say? Grog's built up enough goodwill that I will mentally do gymnastics to make this be fine. That if we want to get real about my biases going into this, he's built up enough goodwill of being a cohesive character that I'm willing to bend a little bit to be cool with this. Now, in service of that bending, he's from the wild, he's a hunter, got low intelligence. He might legitimately think that marking his territory with piss might actually do something. And he did bake in that explanation into the preface. And he's doing it away from all of the other characters so that they don't even need to interact with it. So it's okay. Mega, is Travis your favorite player that can do no wrong? It's hard. I don't even know if Travis is my favorite player, but he might be the player that can do no wrong in my head. I think he is the character and player that I am the most willing to defend to a degree that I wouldn't defend the others. So take that with a grain of salt. I think the points that I just made are real and fair, but I don't think I'm being as harsh or critical as I might otherwise be.
Little parapet joining portion with the exterior of the castle itself. There you can see the masonry is fine. The stones themselves are clean cut and joined properly. There isn't a whole lot in the way of ornate craftsmanship on the exterior of the castle or the walls, but you feel, as far as your interest, Grog, this is a good wall. It's
pretty nice.
And you mark your territory expertly.
And like a wide arcing, not like the one shot, just like a nice upside down frown is like.
Yeah, like a Cylon I-beam.
That's it.
Yeah, totally. All right. You do so with gusto. Congratulations.
Thank you. Home.
Yay!
That's how Grog spells home.
Mm-hmm. Stellar RP.
Hell yeah.
How else do you spell home?
All right. Unless there's anything else needs to be done. Yes.
I'm not done with my errands. Can I go find Kynan?
You can. Yeah. Kynan, who is currently under the watch of Jared at the moment, is asleep. And you start walking towards the direction as Scanlan is leaving the exterior of the bear training ground.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, there's an interesting thing here that I've never thought about when it comes to what I will call a hub world, which is kind of what Whitestone is acting as right now. Like I think most hub worlds are safe havens, but it's where you like send all of the important people. And it's also normally a safe haven as well, like I said. And it's where you like come back to on your adventures. In like Sunless Skies, it's Fallen London, or not Fallen, Risen London. In Skyrim doesn't really have one. I'm trying to think of a comparison to a place that does have one. I'd say to an extent. No, actually, that doesn't even work. I can't think of a good video game example. In Baldur's Gate 3, it's kind of your camp where you like send people back there. And you like, do all of your adventuring out of that. The Bastion feature in 5e. Yeah, it's adjacent. But when I think of a hub world, it is the place that you circle back to. So it's like you have your hub world, and then you go out on an adventure, you do your adventuring, and then you circle back. It's really what Whitestone has acted as. And, hub world from the because of like a hub and spoke. So you have your central hub, and then you kind of spoke out for all of your adventures, kind of like this. And a lot of times, if you get an NPC or like a friendly person out here on one of these adventures, then you ring them back into the hub world. And where I'm going with this is that there is an amount of, I don't want to say friction, but there is something to consider in D&D when it comes to bringing a ton of NPCs back to the hub. It does start to mean that the characters have constant access to a fuckload of NPCs. And like important NPCs that they might want to consistently talk to. And that can be complicating when it comes to executing on certain kinds of stories and story themes. It can also be complicated from a pacing perspective of like, oh yeah, Vax is like not done with his errands yet. He's got to talk to this person, and then they have to talk to Kashaw, and then they have to talk to Jared, and now they're going to go talk to Kynan. Gilmore was at the start. Talk to Cassandra, talk to Raishawn, like all of these people that they can just kind of go down the list with and check off with. And that availability is a double-edged sword, right? Because it does allow for some really nice RP, really consistently, when they have their kind of choice of NPC with which to RP with. But it can also result in this, like, just this constant access really slowing them down every time they come back. I think there are some ways to mitigate that. You can have the NPCs have jobs that they need to do, where they are also going out on spokes. So you just have not every NPC be there all the time, which is, similar to what they had with Allura earlier. But yeah, it's something I've never really thought about before until seeing it there. And then Liam said like, oh, I want to go talk to Kynan. And I'm like, fucking another? I had my gut reaction was like, dude, like, come on, let's move along, please. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It's something I've never noticed or really thought about before. Yeah. Dragon Age Inquisition, Skyhold, DATV, The Lighthouse. I don't know any of those, either of those, unfortunately. The Village and AC Valhalla. Yeah, I don't know any of the or any of them. Damn. Many streams ago when we talked about downtime stuff, I think it was that you were reading new D&D rules or something about factions. Yeah. I can see that. It might have been when I was first visiting the Bastion rules. Because the Bastions are definitely adjacent to this conversation. Yeah. Is it possible to have a wandering hub world like a wandering tribe? I think so. From the player perspective. And I do think that a wandering hub, as long as the players had consistent back access, it would be better because it would, I think, make it harder to bring back NPCs. Although it does, maybe not really. I mean, the only difference, I think there's really no difference, actually. I think it wandering could be cool and maybe would result in them being less willing to bring people back. And I mean, the real reason that they are able even to bring so many people back is because so many people are displaced by what's going on. So a lot of people need a new home. So it is to a degree a somewhat specific problem to this arc, where they're sort of gathering all of these NPCs in the hub world. But I don't know. It's hard to say. It still is something I'm going to be watching out for in my game, because Saltmarsh, we're in Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Saltmarsh is an obvious hub world. Like, that is what the game is built around, is you circling in and out of Saltmarsh. And so I'm going to be very wary about I'm going to need to be wary about the NPCs that I introduce in Saltmarsh, especially as they start to ally with a lot of them. Of man, I don't want every time they come back to Saltmarsh to be a huge slog of talking to all of the NPCs that we've met, which Saltmarsh could easily turn into, specifically, and much easier than this, because I think this is a very circumstantial how much it's turning into that. Because there's also, with the current arc, with the CC arc, it's much more likely that, or it's much less reasonable that any of these NPCs are missing for any reason. Whereas when they were in Amon in Grayskull, yeah, if they popped by Gilmore's Emporium, he may or may not be there. That was very reasonable. He had his own life. He was doing things. But when everyone is essentially taking refuge in Whitestone, it starts to be much more standout when people are missing. They have to have actual reasons to be doing so. Yeah. I'm gonna have to think about this more, and especially see how it goes across my campaign, because my campaign absolutely has an explicit hub. And I think that this problem also gets worse as you get later into the campaign, just because you collect more NPCs over the course of the campaign, you know? Yeah. How do you do a hub if you're traveling, or the group doesn't want to settle? Because I think hubs are really nice. I think you could have a hub that travels with you. I think you could have a hub that is maybe not interdimensional, but is... maybe the hub itself is static, like a Whitestone, but you guys have a stone that is an easy teleportation circle. You the hub that you want to go back to all the time has a teleportation circle, and you have a one-way stone that you can activate that will send you back to the hub. And then you have to, but it won't send you back. It won't send you anywhere else. It is purely a recall stone. So it's an instant comeback, but then you can travel back outward. I think that could be a way to handle it. I don't know. But if you want to do a more long-term travel sequence, you could have, stones that you could have something like the rubber band stone or something that's once a month or once every 2 weeks or once a week or something like that. It will allow you to go back to the hub world for exactly 24 hours, and then it rubber bands you back to wherever you just were, the whole party. So you basically have a temporary, hey, for 24 hours you can go back to the hub, and then you're right back to where you were traveling. Something like that could maybe work. Yeah. BG3 handles this by simply not letting you ask the NPCs at camp for anything big. Yeah, I mean, BG3 and a lot of video games, this isn't a problem because the NPCs don't have infinite dialogue trees. You know what I'm saying? The only reason that this is even remotely a problem is because NPCs in D&D explicitly do not run out of things to say. because they're being voiced by the DM. So it's really not a problem at all in any video game. Yeah. Could be worse. Could be worse. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. That is true, Sarah. Yeah, that's a really good example. Yeah. Magic Train. Magic Train could work. Yeah, a flying thing. Yeah. Like giving the NPCs reasons not to join the hub or reasons the hub wouldn't want more people. Yeah, precisely. And there is that very explicit aspect to this of one of the reasons that they are so capable of bringing all these NPCs back to Whitestone is because of the context. This isn't normally as big of a deal, or as big of a problem, but it's still something I'm going to be thinking about. Yeah. Actually, giving it thought for that same reason, walking Met Castle as your hub would be cool as fuck. Over the campaign, gets upgraded and could even help fight in the final battle. Yeah, a wandering Met Castle could be super fun. Yeah, like the stables in Breath of the Wild. There are many of them. They all look the same. They're everywhere. Yeah. Like a teleport back. To it. Yeah, I mean, you could do a waypoint type system as well. That could also work. For a traveling sort of campaign, you could easily do a teleportation circle network. I mean, fuck, this is what teleportation circles, like, this is why they have glyph addresses. This is why teleportation circles have glyph addresses. Is if there is a teleportation circle network in your world, you can get back to your hub even if your hub's a secret, because you're the only one that knows its glyph code. Or, you know, one of few people. Like that is like half the reason to have a teleportation circle network, is to facilitate that sort of like teleport back to the hub. So yeah. Number of Acquisitions Inc. franchise headquarters work fairly well. I can see that. Yeah. Giant boots of the winding path. Yeah. Very much so. Like a teleportation circle version of the winding path. It's like, yeah, the wandering along the winding path or something like that. Yeah, precisely. Amusingly Saunders. Yeah. I think that sort of thing could work. Yeah. And I think I'm mostly thinking about this for my campaign because I think that this situation is unique and very contextual. I don't think it can really be broadly applied, but I do think that my campaign might run into this for separate contextual reasons. So I'm gonna have to keep my eye out for it.
Hi.
You look a little rough. Right?
I'm fine. Just one of our employees punched me in the face.
Which one?
You don't want to know. It wasn't the cooking cook.
You look really tense. You look out of character.
I think he's lying.
Oh man, okay. All that said, that moment right there is a lot like what I talked about in the Dissecting 20 episode 1, where getting all of those prelude scenes with the characters interacting with NPCs was really fun and very interesting because it communicated non-verbal things, or just generally things that the characters would learn about each other, but that might not be obvious to the players in those sessions. And this is something that like what Scanlan just described to Jarrett does seem like something that like the rest of the party would have non-verbally noticed. Like would have noticed just within the process of living together and having traveled together for so long. But it's something that also Scanlan probably would have never verbalized until now. So having these NPC interactions can be a really good excuse to vocalize a lot of those things that your character is doing non-verbally. Which that isn't necessarily a defense of, stack all your NPCs in the hub world. But it is to say that I think that having consistent access to NPCs that your players can have one-on-one conversations with is a good way for them to deliver character moments and character beats that they might not otherwise get to deliver. Complicated. Also, Sam is dressed like a cat. Very true.
Oh dear. Go head back. We're gonna have that meeting soon. Go get your game face on, yeah?
I will. I'll wash my face and get to it.
All right.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Best I've been in a while.
That's good to hear. It's been a while since we've had one of our depressing chats. You seem a little bit more chipper these days.
Yeah, I feel
Coming
like
around to my perspective, are you?
Can I make an insight check?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Seems full of shit to me.
Okay.
I'm gonna use luck. I got it. Who cares? This is a game. I'm with my friends. I'm having fun. That is an 18.
18.
Yeah.
Dude, that sentence right there, that is exactly what that is the sort of feeling that I want from roleplay resting. That is exactly the sort of feeling that I think you want to elicit. Fucking bang on, Matthew. Cause like, they can't always feel like that, you know? You can't, or it will probably go poorly if they have that sort of feeling when they're prepping for fighting Vorugal or Thordak or, you know, that sort of thing. You sometimes have to take your resource expenditure a little bit more seriously. But sometimes you just want to rest. You just want to like use some of your resources on silly shit. And I think that is a good mental rest for the players. That is important. So, I mean, he could not have verbally said the feeling that I would want to elicit any more clearly. That's exactly what I would want to elicit from my players during this sort of, especially during last session, but also arguably at the start of this session. I'm hoping that the second half of this is a bit more serious. Maybe they're like actually going to the meeting and talking through all the plan and all that sort of stuff, and it gets a little bit more serious. But bang on. Yes. Vax, I'm going to die soon. Also, Vax, I felt better than I have in a really long time. Look, that fatalism, I know that fatalism well. When I was going into my back surgery, where they didn't know if it was malignant cancer or not, and if it was cancer, I probably had like a few months to live. The like week or two before that, because there was a long lead up to it, a weirdly long lead up. I mean, even if you count before before a doctor actually found it, really long lead up where I felt bad. And then once it got close and I was about to get resolution, I started feeling great. I started feeling great once we were actually getting up to the point where it's like, all right, it's put up or shut up time. Like, it's, you know, a week or two away, and after that, I'm done. I don't have to think about it anymore. That was a really good feeling. That's, you know, maybe it's a very personal connection for me, but I vibe with that a lot. I feel like I might die soon. I feel the best I have in forever. I get it.
Are you deceiving him in any way?
No, not at all.
So yeah, you feel just...
But does he seem confident and happy is what I wanted to know.
As much as he would in the given kind of situation,
yeah. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm in love.
Really?
Yeah.
Do I know the fellow?
Yeah. I'll tell you later, all right?
I want to hear details. Dirty details. Sweaty details.
He is so hung.
Yeah?
Unbelievable.
So much did he talk?
Yeah.
It does.
I'll tell you later. I gotta run an errand. We gotta get this fucking meeting, yeah?
Oh yeah, I'll see you there.
Yeah.
Game face off.
Is this how they like talk themselves up? Like,
Yeah, don't women just talk about their vaginas when you're alone?
That's it.
Talking about your goddamn antlers, jeepers. Off I go.
All right.
Locker room talk.
Locker room talk.
No!
Campaign is over.
no, the game is over.
My stone burns in flames. All right, you make your way there.
Yeah.
Jarrett, you see finishing a meal. Looks over here. There's nobody else in the training area. It's still relatively early, it seems. And you see, actually, you do, with your perception, you do see back on the main stone building, you see a few individuals walking back and forth in front of one of the windows. Looks like things are just kind of starting up over there for the training of the day. Jarrett finishes his meal, scarfs up last bit of egg on the side of the plate. Hey!
Jarrett.
Yes?
Hey, I don't want to interrupt. Kynan, the new guy.
Yes.
Is he around?
Probably inside, sleeping or waking.
So okay if I go in?
Sure. This way.
Just be a minute.
Yeah, go for it. And you just back down. You head inside, and the door is not locked. You open up inside, and you can see 10 different individuals that are on the process of waking up. You can smell coffee and very, very basic breakfast meats being cooked. Some of them are around tables talking, kind of hunched forward, laughing, and as soon as you walk in, a few of them kind of turn and just look at you. Some don't recognize you, some do. You do see, kind of in the far, far corner, sitting alone at one of the tables, is Kynan, currently just kind of almost prison style, kind of guarding his food and eating on by himself.
Right towards him. Hey.
Huh?
How you fitting in?
I mean, all right. Everyone here's been fine.
Yeah, you're hanging back.
I mean, as much as I need to. This is still a lot. Jarrett's been good. He's been watching.
He's a good man. Yeah, I get it. We killed another dragon.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't want you to question your decision here, all right?
No, I mean, this is... I don't have anything else right now, really. So, what's the question?
There's no question. But if you could do me... I have two favors I want to ask.
All right, we're about to go into the ad, and I wanna make sure that it's paused. This seems like maybe an important moment. I don't know. We'll see. what's up? Sorry that ad was a little longer than normal. My bathroom break was a little longer than normal. But we're back. And you know what else is a little bit longer than normal? Actually, not CR. It's shorter than normal. But CR, we're back to it.
Okay. The first one is, after I leave here today, could you embrace these people?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, I know. And I know you have reservations, and I know that you have, I know that you got guilt. When I walk out of here, I want you to work on letting go of that.
Okay.
For real. Leap of faith kind of shit. Just let go of it.
I'll do my best.
I know. Scratch that. 3 favors.
Looks down the table for a second, seemingly like, oh boy.
Yeah, I know, I'm a handful. The second one, I don't even need you to say anything about this, but, you know the white-haired guy I travel with?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got a sister. And, I don't want you to do anything other than keep an eye on her and keep her safe.
Okay.
We're kind of going into the, lion's den soon, I think. And, we'll probably come out of it. But,
Yeah.
just in case. She's got a lot on her shoulders. You know that. So, just keep an eye on her. That's it. Right?
All right.
And the last thing, you got those knives I gave you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I trust you. I need you to watch after one last thing for me, all right? It's very important. I wake up Simon and I let him crawl down my arm. Do you see this guy?
Yeah.
He's been with me through a lot. And I don't want him at the bottom of a ditch.
You sure?
I have never been more sure of anything in my life. I want you to have him, and I want you to take care of him.
It'll be done. I promise.
Kainen, I need you to believe in second chances.
It's all I have keeping me going right now. He kind of reaches his hand up towards the snake. And Simon leaps from your hand to his and kind of swirls down his arm. And he kind of looks confused for a second as it wraps around his waist and then forms into the shape of a belt. You can now see a few other guys in the room. The room's got a little quiet. They're all kind of over there watching what's happening. Like, what's going on? He notices the attention. He's like, I'll take care of it.
I believe it.
I mean, no offense. It's a lot of tension right now. Just
a slap on his cheek. Remember everything I said, all right?
Yeah. I will.
You're a good kid. Whack.
Same temple.
I'll see you later, all right?
Yeah. Definitely. You head out. Okay. At this point in time, a number of pages have been sent throughout the city to gather those who've been wandering about Whitestone as you were being called to the meeting in the second floor war room within the castle itself.
Second floor?
Mm-hmm. Same one where you met earlier with
Yeah. That'll do? All right.
You ready for anything?
Let's go Krogering. Best of everything.
Before we walk in, I grab Grog. How do you do it?
Do what?
You're able to utilize your rage when necessary. How do you keep it suppressed when it's not needed?
A good question.
Please enlighten me, Professor Grog.
Right, it all comes down to one word, really.
Yeah?
Family. Right, before I was a part of this group, I had no family. Pike took me in, I met all of you, and I had a purpose.
Yeah.
So before that, I would be down to fuck anything up at any time, no problem.
Sure.
I still kinda am.
Yeah.
But I realised that if I fly off the handle too soon, it screws over my family. And that's no good, because I care about you. Most of you. So for me, you're gonna get yours. It's coming. And I'm gonna help you, and I'm gonna high-five you when it's done. But until then, you keep that shit tucked inside. let it build, and then when the time is right, you let her have it. And I'll throw you into the fray when the time is right.
Promise?
Yeah, I'll promise.
Deal.
Deal.
Dog,
sorry, I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
It's good.
She should really take 1 hit point of damage.
Sure, you take a point of damage.
No, man, we're gonna ask questions about that later.
No, it's cool. You make up a really good story.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, listen, if at any time it gets to be too much, you just go. We got.
Hi, puppy. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I assume I think I know what you're talking about. With the back surgery stuff earlier. Yeah, I think I've told the story. I think at least in bits and pieces over the year. God, 2 years. Ugh. Over however long I've been doing this, I've told it at least in bits and pieces. Maybe someday I'll tell it in more of like a cohesive thing, but it's mostly, it's mostly a downer, except for the end where it's a huge upper in that I lived, so that's cool. That's a huge upside. Yeah, I don't know. I think it definitely shaped a lot of who I am and my mentality. So I could definitely see talking about it in more detail at some point, but it just takes a long time that when the stream isn't really dedicated to it, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Thought you were going to say mostly behind you now, but hey, it's all behind me now. Or specifically not. Yeah. But no. Yeah. It's yeah. I guess the very TLDR for if you've ever missed me talk about it. Yeah, basically when I was in high school, I had a back tumor. Might have been cancer, might have not been. They took it out. It wasn't. Hooray. But then it reoccurred 4 more times. And I got 2.5 more surgeries to address it. So now I've got a big chunk of my back missing, and I'm like numb across this entire side. Yeah, that's it. There's a lot more like details and interplay within it, but supposedly I'm good now. I have to get checkups just to make sure it's not recurring occasionally. I'm actually, I think, doing that in one of the upcoming months. I think my checkup's in like April. Just have to like get an MRI to check it out, but which I think I'll just have to do forever because it wasn't supposed to recur. They were like, yeah, they're totally benign, and then they did recur. Which, like, benign tumors can recur, but not the way that they thought they did it. Like I said, lots of weird details. But yeah, that's yeah. It takes a lot of. I really hope this was a joke. No, I hope it wasn't, because it's way funnier if it wasn't. Even funnier. A lot of backbone. I guess I didn't mention as part of the TLDR that they were bone-eating tumors, and that they had to take away most of my 10th rib in the surgeries. So it literally took a bit of backbone from me at this point. That's a very funny joke. I'm gonna use that. I've never heard that before. I've heard a lot of jokes about it. I've never heard backbone. That's good. But anyhow, any hoosers. Yeah. Yeah. We'll go back to CR. But like I said, thank you. I appreciate it. You're puppy. I just love that scene with Grog teaching Keyleth the value of patience. It's a key moment in Keyleth's growth, if you ask me. I agree. I think it's really good, and I think that it is talking more or wrapping it back to like the depth of the characters. It's like I don't think that Underdark Grog realized that. Even if his character had gotten to that point, you know what I'm saying? Even if his character had in fiction gotten to that point, I don't think that Travis had realized that, if that makes sense. And I think that, like, I mean, fuck it, Travis may not have even realized that until Marisha just hit him with that question, which is to a degree an encouragement to RP hard with other players. You know, they might brush it off. They might not be feeling it that day, and they, you know, might give kind of a piddly answer. That's totally fine. But, you know, hit other players with sometimes hard questions. Because not only might you get a very cool response that is very cool for your character, but you might lead them towards realizations about their own character. I'm not sure if Travis knew this about Grog or not. But I mean, I wrote it there. It's like, I think he is describing Vox's entire morality right now. And I think he is just the archetypical example of that morality. And he sees it, I don't know that he sees it clearly necessarily, but I think Grog sees it very simply. You know, it is just very simple to him. He has a family that he is now worried about. That's it. It's, you know, people might try to dress it up as something more complicated, but it's not. The reasons are always simple. Yeah. The reasons are always simple. Even if there's complicated stuff around them. So yeah, it's a very, very cool moment. And obviously I don't know how it'll necessarily affect Marisha and Keyleth, because it, you know, seemed like just like a decent bit of character work. But I could definitely see that having a big impact on her. We'll just have to see. Yeah. And above the table, it's Travis, yes, ending the move by Marisha for someone else to hold her back. Yeah, absolutely. It's him, the normal, violent tornado, giving his very simple reason that he did not ask to go and kill Raishan. Because she did. And even in a joke, Scanlan did. But Grog didn't. And so there is like a question hanging in the air of, why did the violent barbarian not want to take Raishan out right now? And again, the reason is always simple. It might have put you guys in danger, so I didn't do it. It's very cool. Yeah. There are a lot of good character work going on. It's going a little long. I mentioned that when this kind of Kynan Vax comment that I put in. It's going a little long, but that said, I'm okay with it. If the majority of it is these nice character moments, little boring for me. But if they're all into it the whole time, more power to them. More power to them. Legit one of my favorite moments in the campaign. Hell yeah. Also between two characters that don't interact a lot. True. Yeah. Which is even more of a reason to, especially when you are on the lookout. And I think this is to Marisha's credit, being on the lookout for ways that you can helpfully like phrase it to the other player. Of, you know, in this situation, she saw a way that would make a lot of sense to phrase it to Grog specifically. And it would make a lot of sense for her to ask Grog this specifically, especially given their lack of, like, you know, previous interaction. And as a player, being on the lookout for those sorts of things, where it's not just like going up to the other character and being like, so how are you, champ? Like, I think that happened once or twice that I can remember with Liam, with Vax and Grog during the Briarwood arc, where like Liam tried to have kind of an adjacent conversation to this during the Briarwood arc, and Travis did not give a lot back because it just didn't make a lot of sense for Grog. Whereas this is a question that makes a lot of sense for Grog to have an answer to, and makes a lot of sense for why she would even want to ask Grog about it in the first place. So, really good response from Travis. Good looking out from Marisha. There's a lot of good shit this episode. Yeah. RP scenes with character growth. Manna from heaven. I'll take these scenes over punching elephants any day. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And these sorts of conversations, especially between two characters, you know, they can happen anywhere. They could happen in the Magnificent Mansion, theoretically, but you definitely can't have these sorts of conversations if it's between a character and an NPC in the Magnificent Mansion, right? That like increased safety sort of limits the types of RP that you can do, the kind of restful RP you can do. Even though like Marisha could have done this sort of conversation in the mansion, I think the stakes are almost so low as to not prompt it. That's, a hypothesis more than anything. But yeah, I think there's something about being in Whitestone compared to being in the mansion. Again, not to say that serious stuff hasn't happened in the mansion. It has, but less so. This is kind of this kind of thing is why Marisha is my favorite. I could see that. She seems to definitely be pretty mindful about a lot of her serious RP. I'd have to, take it in more aggregate, and especially see her play a different character. But I can definitely see that.
Okay. I don't want to let you guys down.
You won't.
Thanks, Grog. Okay, let's do this.
All right. As you guys enter the war room, same as it was previously left. However, you are brought the image of around the table in early morning. Allura, Gilmore, surprisingly, Drake, Thunderbrand, and Cassandra, as well as Assume, who's kind of standing behind most of them, of course, leaning back to the window. They all kind of, in the middle of conversation, turn and smile as you begin to walk in. You can see Gilmore kind of nods to everybody, gives an extra smile to you, Vax. Cassandra's just kind of waiting for the pleasantries to end. Allura comes up and kind of takes your hand, reaching again. It's wonderful to see that you've returned safely. I've had many terrible thoughts that perhaps this meeting would not be as positive. I'm very glad to know that I was wrong. And so that you brought Kima back to us as well. Pike is safe as well, so congratulations, I guess, are in order. But come, sit. These circumstances do press our timeline a bit. And you see there are a number of other chairs already brought into the room, prepared for you guys to sit around together.
Is there anyone sitting next to Raishan?
No, actually. Raishan
I sit next to Raishan.
Raishan's not sitting. Raishan is kind of standing, arms crossed, leaning against the window.
I want to stay standing as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
I move and migrate close to Raishan.
Okay, as you approach, you can see Asum's eyes kind of watch you, small grin on the face, and a little bit of a nod.
I give a nod back.
Mm-hmm.
I pull a chair out for Assume, and I'm going to sit next. I'm going to offer him the chair and sit, and pull one out next to him for myself.
Assume. At which point Cassandra gathers all your attention in the midst of this chaos. So, the excursion to Wildmount went well. As far as I understand, you are now one more dragon slaying into this chaotic endeavor. So, well done. Tell me, how did this happen?
A deal was made with the locals. We brought the dragon to an appointed kill point, to a kill spot outside of the city. We summoned the creature. We watched
With
them
the gate
battle.
scroll that we showed you, actually.
With the gate scroll. There was a battle, and we felled it. It was more or less how it went down. It was a simple trap. It was elegant, and we barely survived.
I pull out the Spire of Conflux and hand it to her. We retrieved this in our spoils. You may recognize it as one of the vestiges that we spoke of earlier.
Cassandra kind of takes this. That looks quite important. Allura.
Yes, I thought I was handing it to Allura. Sorry. That's what it's remains for.
Yeah.
Allura, yeah.
You can see how this would be confusing.
Yes.
Allura
You look
takes
just like Allura.
Alora, is everything okay? Have you been through some shit?
It's been a rough week.
You can moisturize.
I almost bit Allura, too.
That would have been good too.
Next Halloween.
Yeah.
Vax is leaning against the door to this chamber, by the way.
All right.
Yeah.
Allura takes it. Kind of takes it. This is a magnificent artifact. I found it. perhaps we'll take a look at it after the meeting together.
Sure.
Cassandra gets everyone's attention once more and motions to the guards. The door that you're leaning by gets closed as the guards step out, so it's only you guys having this conversation. So, with another of the Conclave fallen, retaliation is imminent. With Thordak already infuriated at the death of Umbrasyl, and we only caught but a glance of that anger, thankfully through the means of Cholura and Gilmore, and a few others were able to cloak the city, I do not feel that will last the entirety of the time we would need to take a leisurely stroll through our next series of plans. I fear that less protected cities may be in the path of retaliation before it even finds its way to us. Allura speaks up at this point. Thordak is a creature of infinite pride, and a slight such as this against the Conclave will most likely trigger the destruction of even more innocents, both to satiate his anger, and I'm certain to also draw us out. He is an intelligent one, as is the company he keeps. I've also reached out to other members of the Arcana Pansophical, and hope that they will come to our aid, but given the recent death of Voragal, I do not know if they'll arrive in time to be of any assistance. So we have to begin to gather our strengths, our allies, and honestly, I think we need to strike first.
You do?
Well, otherwise we wait for the fight to be on Thordak's turf.
That's unexpected.
Just pop on over to Amon then.
Well, we need a plan first. We need to gather those we've called to arms. We need to assess what strengths we have and utilizing all of these things at our disposal, come up with an idea of how we're going to actually do this. Gilmore steps in and goes, if we are to strike, I agree. It should also be very, very soon. We've pushed the boundaries of being on his peripheral even this long. And you say that he knows your faces, correct?
Yes.
Well, his gaze will now surely fall upon the 7 of you at the very least.
It was inevitable.
Assume steps forward at this point. From the wall, he begins to walk kind of in front of you, Keelan, in between Percy. The longer he remains as well, the more the landscape of Iman and the surrounding Bladeshimmer shoreline begins to churn. Begins to boil with flame and toxic fume. He is scarring the surrounding land with his claws, his teeth, his flames, his roar, and those that follow in his shadow. His fear-mongering has risen in number under him, and a creature of such pride is eager to show that if you fall in such fear and do as he says, there are rewards. And I'm sure you've come across many weak-willed individuals in your travels that would be eager to jump at the chance of working beneath such a powerful and dangerous creature. Allura steps in at this point now and says, now, I believe it is partially his essence, but the expedited rate of this elemental transition around him is based on the soul anchor that we embedded within him to keep him in the fire elemental plane, this stone that resides at the center of his chest and belly. I believe the stone is somehow drawing elements of the essence of the fire elemental plane itself into Iman. I mean, it's not unusual for the presence of a red dragon over hundreds of years to begin to convert the scenery around, but this speed, I can only see a connection between the enchantment we had hoped would hold Thordak at bay and the changes we're seeing in the center of Iman and beyond. Now, it was never intended for him to leave that place, and I feel deeply responsible for many elements of the danger we now see in this world. And I only know that I will do whatever it takes on my end to see that this comes to an end. Whatever sacrifice, whatever is necessary, I am at your disposal. But the responsibility of destruction is also our own. The longer we take, the more chance he will tear through Kaimal. He will tear through Western. He will tear through Daxio. He will begin to burn everything that Haldore is, until we show our faces.
I am curious what the Master of Secrets thinks. Assume.
Sir, Assume is still kind of walking in a circle around the table.
What do you propose we do?
Well, before we get to that, let's discuss things we have at our disposal. The information we have. And from that, we can garnish a plan. For I'm Master of Secrets, I'm not a master of warmongering and attack.
I get up and I walk to the window and I look out the window. We're not going to be safe here for much longer, that much is certain. So we will need to move quickly.
And Drake speaks up the first time and goes, not to mention that slippery green Drake is still out there somewhere. We have no idea where it is. There are 2 members of the Conclave remaining.
Well, I mean, out. Right, yeah, 2.
Do you think perhaps it's best to skip one and hope for the element of surprise? Maybe he thinks we're going to finish.
1 second. 1 moment. Where, oh, where, oh, where? Do I not have... Do I... do I have him in neutral? I do. Okay. I have not seen Jamon through the stories. Jamon Saord. Sitting atop. The entity smiles. No. It's probably still in my fucking stream notes I need to organize. Shit. Is there... Oh, there is more in here. Oh, this is Jamon. Ah, okay. Right. Okay. This is exactly what I was looking for. I knew that my fucking senses were tingling. I don't think I've heard. I could be wrong, but in my intuition, I don't think I've heard anyone call any member of the Chroma Conclave a Drake except for Devosa. I could be wrong, but I think this is the only time that I've heard any of the Chroma Conclave referred to as a Drake. I'm fine to be proven wrong, but I've obviously had my suspicions about Drake Thunderbrand for quite a long time. And I think there's a decent shot. Maybe he's not chromatic. I thought for a long time he was chromatic. It's incredibly possible that he's metallic and not chromatic. I could see it. And fucking House Thunderbrand has been watching over fucking what's its face, Craghammer for years and years and years. They've been, this central unifying magical force in Craghammer, their line, their lineage, and they all happen to look so similar. Cause it's all there's one. It's all Drake. It's Drake in different hats. And that's why they're all so fucking cloistered. Let's see. Drake, they can shapeshift. Well, also that. Drake referred to Raishan as a foolish green Drake. I am pretty sure the only other time a CC member has been referred to as a Drake was by Devosa. Possible that this implies Drake to also be a chromatic dragon. Chromatic dragon, like Devosa. Drake Thunderbrand. Yeah. Drake Thunderbrand is Devosa's Larkin. No, I don't think that Drake is Devosa. I think that Drake is another metallic dragon. Like whatever metallic dragon type does thunder damage. Let's see, metallic dragon damage types. I'm sure we'll get like a Google Images. The metallic dragons. Nope. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Oh, there is no thunder, but there is lightning. So I'll assume that he's a bronze. No, wait, who's bronze? Is Devosa bronze? Oh shit, Devosa might be bronze. Creature, the creature once known as Thordak. Many of you did. Jamon Golem. I know that I wrote it down. Brass. No, okay. Okay. So Jamon is a brass dragon. I think I'm locking it down. I think Drake Thunderbrand is a bronze dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Or wait, no, sorry. Implies Drake could also be a metallic dragon, not chromatic. Metallic. That's my thought. So in your theory, Drake is like a slur that metallics use against chromatics? Precisely. Yes. That is precisely my theory. Yeah. Whereas to like normal mortals, they sound relatively similar. Of like, you know, if you say that to, like if Allura says that, it's like, oh yeah, Drake, dragon, shmeep shmop, whatever. But I do think, yeah, I think it's a metallic, it's a slur for chromatics that metallics use to kind of draw delineation. Because saying chromatics would be too obvious when they're in their human form. Yeah, precisely. Precisely. I think it's funny that Drake called them a Drake. It would be like me calling a stray dog a dingo. It would. It would indeed. In the exact same way, in fact, because Caught Dingoes is a screen name, much like a made-up alias. It's exactly the same. I agree. You wrote chromatic. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Sapphire dragons or thunder? Sapphire dragons hadn't come out at this point, unfortunately. That's a good point. Or that's a good note. But yeah. So nothing yet. Aren't Drake's wingless, non-intelligent dragons that are size the big dog? I mean, depends on the canon. There are things that have been called. I mean, I don't know if I even want to get into it. This is adjacent to dragons have 4 legs and wings, and worms have 2 legs and their wings are attached to their forelimbs. But that is totally separate from like a sky serpent discussion, or like how Chinese dragons fit into all of that. The taxonomy of dragons is not that, I think, clear and distinct. Yeah. You assume my parents weren't a bit odd in naming conventions. Somehow I do think that. Caught dingoes, yeah. Somehow I do think that. But all that said, Turtix, you might be right about about it within D&D canon. I honestly don't know. In D&D canon, possibly. But in like exterior world canon, it's not that clear.
Not to mention that slippery green Drake is still out there somewhere. We have no idea where it is. There are 2 members of the Conclave remaining.
Well, I mean, out. Right, yeah, 2.
Do you think perhaps it's best to skip one and hope for the element of surprise? Maybe he thinks we're going to finish off his generals before we come to him. It may be a brief moment of surprise, if anything. Maybe he's expecting us to kill one more, not go for the main prize.
He's cut off the head of the king.
Maybe.
So Thordak, from what I understand, is extremely powerful and influential, and that Raishan dragon is a mere pittance in comparison. A small, exponential ant, a pawn, if you will, on the battlefield.
I certainly hope so. And if that's the case, then I think you're right. Go for the king first. But we must do so with eyes all about us, because the last thing we need is to be flanked by that beast in the center of our attack.
Exactly. We don't want to deal with 2 ancient dragons.
Can we lure it somewhere else, perhaps?
If we knew where it fucking was. Allura speaks up at this point. He goes, look up. I know that Thordak's hate for me still burns, hence by the reason they went directly for my tower when they first arrived at Imon. The one trump card we do have in this is me.
What, do you want to offer yourself as bait?
If need be. I'm not saying it's the right plan, but I'm saying that is one thing we can perhaps utilize in our plan, in our strategy.
Is his hate for you?
Well,
I think the
Should
main...
have seen him away.
There was a ship in Draconia. Northern ship of some kind. I still feel that there may be some sort of weapon inside it that may prove useful. It was a ship that had been dragged there by the White Dragon. It's been bothering me. And then, of course, we have whatever it is that we have downstairs. I'm not saying that we should use it, but it is powerful.
I don't know how we would use it.
We can't move it, can we?
We can't touch it.
No one pops up against this. Exactly. I'm poring over that thing for a number of weeks until we had to build this barrier, and to be brutally honest, I am sick of it.
You've got nothing.
Well, we understand it's a siphon. It's bringing the energy of the Nexus somewhere. We just don't know where the other end of it is. Or if it's even functioning properly.
Elora, do you still feel the connection with the Soul Stone that's inside Thordak?
Well, I have no personal connection with it. I just know that I was the architect of its enchantment and the ruse of which sealed it within Thordak.
You built it. You must know of some way to disable it.
Or a weakness.
Yeah.
We designed it to have no weakness. The intent was to keep him there indefinitely. I mean... Perhaps if we can...
What?
Assume. You said you have friends back in Imon still that have been gathering intel. Assumed it. Yes, actually. And I was hoping that, as part of our plan today, we could even go and retrieve some of this information. Perhaps that could teach us more about this soul anchor you continuously talk about.
How can we retrieve this information without going to Imon?
I think he's speaking of...
Oh, we would have to go to Imon.
That sounds crazy. Is there any way to not do that?
The Soul
Perhaps I'll go
Stone.
alone.
Soul Stone has been broken and abused before. I have a feeling there's someone who might have an idea on how to disable it.
I really don't. I have no idea.
Well,
You sure
Raishan
don't?
was the one who busted out Thordak in the first place out of the fireplane. So I would assume that Raishan has some idea on how to...
Oh.
You think?
She lived
I
amongst
feel
my
like
people for
Raishan would
years.
only know how to open up a portal.
I have a lot of feelings about Raishan.
Cassandra speaks and says, well, you've been abroad. You've been gaining arms and allies, from what you've told me, across Exandria.
Yes.
Let us consolidate our options, our strengths, and plot the downfall of the Conclave best we can.
I'm no master strategist, but we do have allies that we can call upon, and weapons,
we do.
and men, and arms, and troops. However, taking the fight to Thordak in Amon seems foolhardy at best. Is there, I suppose this is where the intelligence could come into play, but is there some other place where we could go and try to take back from Thordak to lure him away from Imon?
Assume steps in the conversation and goes, the thing with that plan is Thordak has amassed thousands of lizard folk in Imon at this point that follow his whim. From the nearby mountain ranges, many from the Stormcrest that worshipped him the entire time that he was gone. Wyvern Riders originally aided in taking the city that you met, as did I. But since other allies have found their way to the Cinder King's sway, last that I checked, it seemed that there were a number of allies that he brought over from his time in the Fireplane as well.
What?
Fire giants in the service of the dragon now walk the seats.
Well,
So if we go into Imon, we're facing fire giants, lizard people, and that's before we get to Thordak, the Cinder King.
As well as a landscape
How the fuck
that's
are we gonna fight him?
slowly being turned into a hellish place.
That's what we're discussing today.
Does Thordak covet any other territory or city or town, Vasselheim, here, anywhere that we can lure him to?
Anything
away
he
from
has
the
nostalgic feelings about.
Anything that would piss him off.
You were lucky to draw a creature of such infinitesimal experience and intelligence as a white dragon away from its home roost. I would be greatly surprised if you would pull a great, powerful, intelligent, ancient red dragon from its home turf advantage.
So your prediction is that we have to slog our way through the outskirts of Amon to fight him on his home turf. Is that about the size of it?
That's one way.
What if...
What's another?
Distract his allies and go straight for the heart. You have allies, like Allura just said, all throughout the world.
This is true. We have the herd. We can go get the werewolves.
The Ravenites would help.
Everyone who we ask,
Yeah.
everyone who we send in there, we're sending into their death.
This is war.
Yeah, but it's either death now
sending
or death
ourselves
a little
into
later.
So are we talking about sending everyone we know and everything we have on the
For a full
outskirts
frontal
of town?
attack.
For full, yeah, there's
While
no
we
way.
bamf into the dragon's lair.
Yeah,
or
we
something.
create a massive fucking clusterfuck on the edge of his periphery and we go for the center.
How long did it take you, Elora, to create that heart?
Well,
Can I help you? Ma'am? What? Can I help you? Do you want something? I know that Mom is taking perfectly good care of you. You are fine. Ridiculous donkeys. I paused to say something to her, but also that is, I'm urgently required, right? Everything is urgent. That is one aspect, that is one way to do a large battle, is they have gathered all of these allies. If they also gave Thordak a bunch of allies, like the Wyvern Riders and all this abstract conglomeration of fire giants and Wyvern Riders and all these people, it gives something for Vox Machina to direct all of the allies that they have made, and it gives Thordak a much more intimidating presence. It makes him feel like a bigger villain. And oh my god. Did Paige leave or something? What is going on with you two? One second. I'm gonna see if Paige is here. Okay, I think Paige went to go get groceries or something, because she did not respond, so that is why they are all in a kerfluffle. It's like your plans for the Draconian Knights. Precisely, yes. It is. They have all of these allies. Matt gives them a target to shoot all of the allies at, where they are going to do a lot of good. And the existence of that target, of the Wyvern Riders and the Fire Giants, all serve to bolster Thordak as a truly formidable opponent, that they really need all of these resources to contest. And the fact that Matt has constantly talked about Thordak gathering his own network. Like, one of the first things we heard is like, oh yeah, Red Dragons like build these networks of spies. Now, obviously spies are different than fire giants roaming the streets, but similar overall concept. It's not like, at least to me, it doesn't feel as though these allies are just being plucked out of the blue purely to stand in the way of Vox. They feel foreshadowed to me. And so it's something that can give this a grand battle feel, while also giving a much more structured thing for the specialist to do. Or not structured, but a much smaller, more intense thing for the specialist to do. And also, I mean, I've wrote it down on a couple of parts, but like, everyone is encouraging them, do it now, go now, we need to fight now, we don't have any time to waste. Like, we have not even gotten any evidence from Thordak yet that there's a huge timer on this, but every one of, like, they can't all be secret double agent shapeshifters, right? They just can't. And so at least one person that is definitely real, that they trust, is telling them, go now, do it now. We need to go. They're all right, Sean. They're all right, Sean. So I think this is I think Matt is really setting up this meeting in a very practical way of, you guys need to go for this. Like, let's sit down, and I'm going to force you all, through my NPCs, to come up with a plan to do it soon. And maybe part of that plan involves a stopover quest. Totally possible. But I'm going to make you determine that plan right now. So that we do not deviate and I can prep for it. I think this is smart of Matt. I don't think it's like super in your face or anything. I think it all feels good. I think it all feels real. And it's also serving a very good point in the pacing and the plot. Is I'm going to force them to sit down and figure out how to end this. The plan is to come up with a plan. Exactly. So yeah, I like it. I think it's smart. I think in general you want to try to avoid getting in a situation where you have to do this, but it's gonna happen. It's inevitable. So when you do get in a situation where you have to do this, I think he's doing a really good job handling it.
Design and the development and enchantment of it powerful enough to anchor itself the soul of a dragon of Thordak's strength. About a part of 6 months.
6 months. We've probably got a week or two.
And that was with a dozen other hands helping me.
Wait. I just want to confirm what he just said. How long did it take you, Allura, to create that heart? Okay. So she is about to claim that she created it.
Allura, to create that heart.
Well, the design and the development and enchantment of it powerful enough to anchor itself the soul of a dragon of Thordak's strength. About a part of 6 months.
6 months. We've probably got a week or two.
And that was with a dozen other hands helping me. So most of the Arcana Pansophical was at my side for that, and we don't have that kind of time.
Well, we take a day or two and we amass every heavy fucking header we have. And we do this. What other choice do we have?
I just keep thinking back to Oman, where we watched half of our friends die in a second.
A lot of us are going to die.
Sandra sits up a little bit, Miss Eagles. If we are smart about this, we can minimize the casualties far more now than they would be a week, 2 weeks, a month, a year from now.
I agree.
What have White's done? We put the city at great risk. How much risk are people willing to take?
Percy everywhere is at great risk right now.
It's true.
We should leave Whitestone.
But even getting to Amon, aren't we exposing ourselves to detection and attack?
We are.
Okay, what, are we going to march several armies across the entire continent to get there? It'll take days.
We're going to take a day or two. We're going to figure out how to get who we have to where we need. We're not doing this tomorrow. In a couple of days, 3 days, 4 days at the most. It's not ideal, but
no.
that's what we have to
can
do.
At least move people to, what's that town that we
Schenectady?
established?
Outside of Western?
Nutmeg.
There's Western and Kaimel are the two where you move.
Western is close-ish, right, Iman?
They're both. Western's a little bit further than Kaimel is. Kaimel is where you sent a lot of the Western refugees.
Right.
But they're just towns, right?
Right.
I feel like
We could at least assemble there from all the different territories and then meet up, form a plan, and then march from there.
we march on Amon.
I got excited.
We gather our forces, Thordak will notice.
Yeah, we've got to do a lot of recon before then. But I think he's got a good point, right? We've got to have like a staging point.
Cassandra looks over to us and goes, "Recon, actually. Anything else, assume you may have in regards to what we can expect there?" Assume is still kind of slowly walking on the peripheral of the meeting table. I can tell you that most of the city's wealth and resources, as well as caches of sealed arcane relics and weaponry, long held by the Lyceum or the Arms of Iman, have been stolen and thrown atop the victory horde of Thordak. Most who are plotting this rebellion within the city are doing so with scrips. That is why the clasp has been so instrumental in the removal of many of the oppressed folk within the city. Also, the fiery marks of Thordak's presence that have drawn fire and molten rock across the city, as well as the outskirts of the city walls, scar the landscape and fill the sky with sulphurous clouds and black smoke.
Huh. I don't like the way she phrased that. I don't love the way that Raishan just phrased that. Let me just make sure. Yep. Caches, sealed arcane relics, etc., etc. Long have been stolen and thrown atop the victory horde. This is all to be expected. This is the thing that I don't love. Most who are part of this rebellion within the city are doing so with scraps. That is why the clasp has been so instrumental in the removal of many of the oppressed folks within the city. Removal can obviously mean relocation. Removal can also mean other things. And I feel like there is potential. I don't feel like we're ever going to meet any refugees from Iman. I feel like they're getting thrown atop a ziggurat. And they are feeding something else. And I think that Raishan knows and is being explicitly tricky with her wording. And I think that is why she is so curious about the ziggurat under Whitestone. And that's why she is ultimately doing all of this instead of just piecing out. I think she does want to see Thordak dead, but I think she found out what the clasp is up to, and they probably made some mention of the Whitestone ziggurat, and that's why she's even curious about it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Human trafficking? I mean, actually literally confirmed that the clasp participates in this. The whole reason that Vax joined in the first place was to stop Vex from getting human trafficked. So we have, like, literal proof that they absolutely are not above that. I think that's what's up. Like, removing some food for the fishes, Mega. Nothing wrong with that. Raishan is scared of some pickpockets? No. Not scared. I think she wants in. I think she knows something big is going down with the clasp. And whoever they serve, I'm going to call it Vecna for now, but Vecna at this point is just insert great power here. And I think she wants to be on the right side of fucking history. I think that Raishan, beyond all else, wants to win. And Vox Machina killed Umbrasil. Suddenly, Raishan's on board. Not only do they kill Umbrasil, they also blab about how many great, awesome vestiges they're gathering. Suddenly she realizes, I don't think Thordak's the winning side here. I think whatever the clasp is up to is the winning side. That's what I think is up with all of this. I'm gonna write it down real quick, but it's real simple. Real fucking simple. The clasp is taking escapees from Iman, and we'll mark this theory, and feeding them to a siphon secretly. Raishan found out, and What's up? Hello. I did read this, and I will slightly amend my theory. Sorry, not that. This. Because I agree. I think that Raishan probably saw that the war would go whichever way she joined. I think that's the big thing. She might have gone to Whitestone originally as a spy, or maybe just because she purely wanted to look into the siphon. She was not planning on revealing herself to Vox. And then she saw, okay, fuck, Vox might actually have a chance of taking out Thordak. And in that case, I could interrogate his corpse to get him to tell me the info. I think that's what could have happened. I think she might have been pretty truthful to Vox about why she is joining them. It is because she saw, oh, you guys have a shot if I join you, and I don't fucking kill you in the night. And then I can be on the winning team, and I can get Thordak to open up and tell me the secret, because he's not doing it now. That's very possible.
The good news is that smoke can be utilized should someone have some control over the elements to be a screen. However, where the cloud top district once stood, there is now but a heated cauldron of glowing stone and flame. Hundreds of gifts and statues left in Thordak's image litter the outer area, while a massive cavern dives beneath the central region of the district. Now this cavern, as we've watched it, we believe it to be the location of Thordak's treasure hoard, as well as the occasional sleeping place of a massive drake we speak of. Thordak is also showing rather intense signs of physical change since being released from his prison.
Okay, maybe it's not a metallic versus chromatic thing, but maybe it's just something that dragons call each other. It might not be a metallic versus chromatic, because this is Raishan speaking, who we know to be a dragon. So now it's like, okay, the people that call dragons drakes seem to exclusively be other dragons. We're gonna see.
His size still remains enormous. By comparison, his eyes now burn with a searing white light. Burning stars in the sky. His jaw ever dribbles, a burning liquid that blackens the ground it touches. The gaps between scales appear to flare brightly with each breath, like a star engine beneath the scales.
Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry. Do you think it's overtaking him?
I have no idea. Allora. Allora goes. Well, if the anchor was indeed removed from the fire elemental plane, then Thordak would have had his soul torn from his body. That is how the anchor worked.
So you don't think he actually even fully separated from the plane? He just brought the plane with him?
Or at least maybe a piece. I wasn't there. I don't know the ritual that brought him over.
Maybe then we're looking at this the wrong way. Maybe we go at this through the fire plane. Maybe there's something still there.
A way to sever his connection to the fire plane, maybe.
Allora thinks for a second.
We've got an easy door in.
You could try, but the enchantment itself, we don't have enough information. It wasn't bound to a specific place in the plane. It was bound to the plane itself. I don't know how you'd sever it from the other side.
Okay, this is interesting. This is one of my theories about Weekend at Thordak's. His soul should have been torn from his body. Maybe this is a situation where now he's soulless and that's part of why he's going so insane, but that's not what Raishan implied. Raishan implied that he was going insane back in the fire plane. So either he's soulless now, or he brought a piece of the fire plane with him. And I don't even know if Weekend at Thordak's even works anymore, because the person that I thought would have been puppeteering him in the Weekend at Thordak's theory was Raishan. But given everything that we've learned, that just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. Unless she's trying to use it as like leverage over him. Which I think it's a very roundabout way to do that. Yeah, I would wonder if she hoped he'd die when coming over, but then why make all of this effort of a Dragon Alliance? Precisely. So weakened at Thordax, at least with the assumption that Raishan is the puppeteer, I don't think works. It would imply a separate puppeteer. It would imply someone totally separate. Maybe the person that the clasp, worship? It's possible. And that could have been why Umbrasil started taking human sacrifices. It might not have even been that they just, they got impatient or the gold was running out or whatever. It could be that this was the plan all along. That the clasp or whoever they serve, again, I'm going to call it Vecna just because it's an easy word to use. If the clasp serve Vecna, the cult of Vecna might be orchestrating all of this in purely an effort to get a massive amount of bodies. That could be it. And they might have lied to Raishan in the process about everything. So she, in a way, might have been an unwitting participant, an unwitting puppet herself. They convinced her that she was the mastermind and the architect. But really, she is just a piece of their plan, a way to get this giant body that they can then puppeteer via Golomancy, and they can puppeteer it to enact this situation, this scenario where all of these missing bodies won't go reported, won't be noticed, won't be missed. Kima! Remind me about this weekend theory. I thought that Thordak was dead. And I thought that his body was being animated via Golomancy, similar to Fazbender, similar to Dresvina and Fazbender. And I thought that someone was holding his leash, holding his reins. I just thought he was dead. Soulless? Shmeep shmop, same shit. And so I thought he was basically a giant meat flesh golem. Yes, a la Weekend at Bernie's. So not undead, but purely puppeted. Well, I used to think he might be undead. But regardless, I think it is ancillary whether or not he's dead or undead. I think I thought undead because of the Silas Briarwood vampire connection, but totally not a load-bearing part of the theory. So the Golomancy could still be there, and possibly just a member of the Vecna cult is puppeteering him. I don't know. Are dragons immortal in D&D? I think they're immortal in the same way that I believe hermit crabs are immortal, or maybe not hermit crabs. There's a type of sea crustacean that, or maybe lobsters. I think lobsters. Where lobsters are literally immortal, but eventually it becomes more and more difficult for them to molt their shells. And so eventually they just suffocate inside of their own shells. So theoretically, you could construct a shell big enough and you could help a lobster escape from its shell when it needs to molt. And theoretically, in theory, asterisk, you could keep a lobster alive forever because they are genetically immortal. Like crocodiles? Sure, like crocodiles. Wait, lobsters are immortal? Yeah, or at least they're immortal in terms of old age. Yeah, they don't die by old age. Yes, exactly. Yeah, they are. It might not be lobsters. It is some sea crustacean like that, like a lobster. Where they are immune to old age. Yeah. They just die by other means. And with a lot of those types of creatures, it's just like as they get older, they get weaker, and so they are less able to escape from predation. Yeah. I believe the term is senescent or something like that. Yeah, I don't know the name for it. I should look it up. Don't people speculate that sharks are immortal too? Possibly. It's a lot like sea worms. Coral is theoretically immortal, kind of. A lot of ocean creatures just do not live. They do not have a life cycle like we do. They're a little bit different. But so dragons might be like that, where they might be technically immortal, but just because of the lives that they lead, they might just get killed eventually. So none of them ever enact this, or never can enact this immortality, essentially. It might be like that. What would all these bodies be for? I mean, if it is the Vecna cult, probably resurrecting Vecna. Vecna? From wherever Vecna's soul is currently being held. Because I know that Vecna tried to become God, failed, or tried to become a god, failed, and got, like, smote down. But I assume, based on the fact that Delilah was able to resurrect Silas a la Vecna power, that Vecna is still out there in some capacity, whether that's the soul, whether that's a piece of the body, something that all of this life energy will need to be utilized, they will need to utilize all of this energy in order to, like, reconstruct Vecna's body or something. And that could even be what Dacio? Fucking Riskel Daxio. That's his name. Daxio. That could even be what Daxio was referring to when he said, I am the body of Vecna. It could be that Vecna's soul is accessible, Vecna's power, but their physical body was deconstructed. And a body that is capable of holding a demigod cannot just be one of single flesh. It cannot be a piddly life force of a single human. It has to be a conglomeration. It has to be one of many that can even hope to contain the soul of this ascended one. And so that's why they need the bodies. That's why they need the bodies, yeah. Yeah. Damn those saltwater baths. It's the saltwater baths. Yeah. Non-senescent. Organisms that do not exhibit evidence of biological aging. So similar but not quite. Possibly, yeah. Yeah, anyways, no bones about it. Hell yeah. Their shell will eventually kill them. Yeah, but there are a handful of animals, plants, fungi that don't ever die by old age. Okay, there you go. Yeah. So the idea here is that the clasp isn't helping people. It's taking refugees for meat bodies for a ritual. Precisely. Yes. I think they are taking. God damn it! Everything is Full Metal Alchemist, isn't it? I don't want to spoil anything, so I won't say more. But everything is Full Metal Alchemist. But yeah. I think the clasp are taking people for a ritual, and that is potentially why they kicked off this entire conflict in general. I went to FMA too. Yeah. Everything is FMA. Anyways, yeah, that's what I'm theorizing here currently. Yeah.
On the other side, we'd have to go there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's called thinking outside the circle.
But then once we're there, what do we do?
And we don't even know where to look. I mean, we could at least talk to the Ashari there. They might. They know the
Another
fire.
ally.
Is there like nothing friendly in the fire plane?
It's at least as big as Taldore. I mean, it's another dimension.
It's huge.
It's huge, but many people know the whereabouts. There are still locations and destinations within the fire plane. It's navigatable.
Maybe all the evil things in the fire plane are gone right now. They're with Thordak.
Assume kind of steps forward to the table, puts his little halfling hands on the edge and goes, well, it's a shame that we don't have any information about this ritual, that freedom from the plane.
That is a shame.
Yeah, no. If only we knew the whereabouts.
I'll see if my compatriots can gather information, but in the meantime, we'll do the best we can to gather similar information.
Well, we know we don't have a lot of time, but do we maybe want to table this and think on it?
Well, at the very least, should we send out some letters just alerting our allies that
shit's going down?
Shit's going down.
It's time to start stocking up and getting ready to move?
Drake sits forward.
Yes.
I think it's a fine plan of action. Reach out to all those that you've brought in. Hopefully we can get a few of our friends in this as well.
Did an airship ever arrive?
They all kind of look at each other a bit confused.
Airship?
No.
Did anyone see an
I didn't
airship
see
flying
one.
around?
And Cassandra's, no, there hasn't been an airship here, no. Are we expecting one?
Mm-hmm.
Good to know.
City is invisible, so...
Yes,
Yeah.
they won't see us if they come. If we see an airship, do you wish us to flag it down?
That would be good.
You trust it?
Yes.
Yes.
They are a rarity.
All right.
Maybe come up with a landing point as well.
Now?
What?
No?
Soon.
We have one other possible option in front of us. Show them the medal.
No, thank you.
You're not going to show them the medal? Not that, no, not that. Please don't whip that out.
No,
one wants to see
not
that.
the cube.
We have another ally that we have spoken of.
I mean, I think that's Loot Crate. Was it more blah at first? Because I was about to say, that's not mine. that's not
Tenuous ally at best. Maybe we shouldn't discuss
just
it until
think we
we're
probably shouldn't bring that
100%
up.
sure about it.
I just think maybe,
Yeah,
because
that's
we
a
don't know
big
about
maybe.
it.
That's
we
a
just don't
big
know about
maybe,
it.
yeah.
Oh, the other continent we were given
Yeah, they're very busy though.
something
Yeah.
special.
You know,
So
they're
far
pretty
away.
booked
Yeah,
up.
it's really far away, and
Yeah.
you know, and then as we were leaving, the people that we talked to about it
It's
were
fine,
like,
I get it.
I
Just
slowly-
reach out to your people and...
yeah,
well,
we'll just reach
I
out.
slowly walk around the table,
Stupid idea.
Just really.
thinking hard about it. And I stab Speaker Assoon 3 times in the back with my sword.
Oh, shit.
Oh, let's fucking do this shit! Let's do it! Let's do it!
Oh, shit.
Do it!
Well, there's
But we need to know the
bathroom break.
ritual.
It's too late. He did it.
Oh,
Yeah!
see, no.
Yeah!
Great.
Go ahead and roll.
3%
a surprise
of hit
attack.
points.
I know
right
it is.
there. 3%
Oh,
of hit
God. Why? We're in crazy costumes.
Check out the brain on brain.
Well, we've got Laura and Gilmore.
It wasn't me.
And Drake.
We
right
have a
now.
lot of people in the room.
Oh, God.
Yes. It's
Go
gonna
ahead
be
and
like
roll.
Alice in Wonderland.
Roll the first attack. With advantage.
We're in a room. We're in a
Yep.
room.
Whitestone's about to be destroyed.
And Raishan's about to leave.
Oh man, he's not even making you roll stealth, motherfucker.
Well, why would he? He
Because
doesn't.
I would, and Hotis did on me.
Oh,
It's different.
No, it's not.
That's 29.
Okay.
It's a real Seeker Assume. God, what a dickhead move that would have been on Raishan's part. Ah. That. Interesting. I mean, there's obviously a there's a balance here. There's a balance here because I think that that could be seen as a bad player move, like a dick player move. Because the party has so consistently decided not to attack and they've, been doing all this debating and then he just decides it. But that said, Percy has consistently been the most vocal person of don't attack Raishan because of Whitestone. Like, easily, he has been the most vocal, not necessarily adversary. Yeah, I guess adversary to the plan. So I think that with that context, this decision is okay. And especially given that they already had the conversation that the reason they didn't just immediately attack Raishan is because it puts Whitestone in danger. And they just had a conversation about how the whole world is about to be in danger in the next few days. And Percy was, again, the most vocal person to be like, no, we have to keep Whitestone safe, even if it possibly means making other areas dangerous. So I think in a roundabout way, it is sort of his decision to make. Like, I think if he had been on Marisha's side in any of the conversations, everyone would have gone that direction. And I think that they all know that. So I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. I think it's a cool play, but it does feel like he's kind of like he's stealing a potential moment from Marisha. It's hard to say. I think it is truly hard to say, because for something like this, the moment can only go to one person. And I think if Marisha had done it, then we could have said she was stealing a potential moment from Taliesin. And so it all depends on like who you think like narratively should have the moment. I think it's fair to say that like this sort of thing is more geared towards Marisha because of her personal involvement with Raishan and the Pyra. But I do think that involvement, it's hard. I don't feel that substantially. Like I do feel it, but it doesn't feel like a super high magnitude to me. I shouldn't even say not a high magnitude. It feels about the same as the passive threat that Raishan has made towards Whitestone. Like they about equal out in my head. I would have wanted one of these two to do it. I think if Scanlan had done it, I would have been like, ugh, I don't know. Or Grog. Or the twins. I think that it's good that it was one of these two because she had a history with Marisha or with Keyleth, and she is actively, currently, essentially holding Whitestone hostage. So I think they're the two that have the most personal feelings about Raishan and her presence. But it's debatable. It's debatable. She doesn't seem pressed about it though. Yeah, true. She also seemed like immediately ecstatic. Which I do think is telling to a degree on like what the players think about it behind the scenes. She just seems jazzed that they're doing it. It doesn't seem like she needed to get the final word or the first word at least. So yeah. I wouldn't have done it for this reason if I were him, but she doesn't seem mad about it, and maybe enough time has passed. Yeah, but if she attacked, we would all say it is endangering Whitestone without talking or going against Percy. Yeah, and that is kind of that's why I think like they have, I would say personally, about equal stake in it, is because she has arguably more necessary reasons for vengeance, like, or not necessary, but more concrete reasons. Raishan has actually done things to her and hers, whereas she has just threatened to do things against Percy and what Percy loves. But that threat to Keyleth is done and gone. It's happened. There's no taking it back. And there's no fixing it or stopping it. Whereas the threat was looming over Percy and Whitestone, which it's only a threat. There's no, she hasn't actually done anything, but that proximity, I do think, gives him a little bit more of like an emotional claim, which I think it about equals out. It's a surprising moment, and and we always go back to, with Critical Role, we always go back to trust at the table. Like, this is something that you need to have trust with the other players that they're gonna be cool with this, because there's a lot of tables where, regardless of everything we've just talked about on who has more of like a stake in this and who has more of a right to this, there are many, 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 many tables where no matter how much of a right you have, when you have had multiple conversations about how you will not do something, for you to decide undemocratically to just do it when you feel that the time is right, that's not gonna fly at a lot of tables, no matter how much of a stake you have. I can imagine that this is something that Taliesin got shit for on Twitter. even though I think it's justified, I think the other players will be into it. I think they'll be cool with it. I think a lot of tables would not be. So it's risky no matter what. But I think in this context where they do seemingly have a lot of trust, a lot of them seem into it, I think it's okay. But it might, I could easily also see this being something that they had a conversation with afterward. Of like, hey, not even like a, hey, don't do that. But like a, hey, for next time, are we cool with this sort of thing? Like, are we cool with taking something that we had previously discussed, a previous plan, and having one of our members in the moment subvert it? Like, when they feel the time is right. Because they might say, as an out-of-game player group, they might say, actually, maybe we're not cool with that. Like, no shade on you, Taliesin. You did it in the moment. All good. We haven't talked about this before, but I think in future, maybe I'm not so cool with that. Or they might say the exact opposite. They might say, no, that was banger. Like, respect the group decision, but if you have a moment where you think it'll work and you make that decision, go for it. And we'll back you. I think it totally depends on the players. I think my players would be cool with this sort of thing. I think, but I don't even know, honestly. I've never had to really encounter it as a DM. I don't make these sorts of decisions. These are not the sort of decisions I often have to grapple with as a DM. I have full autonomy over what I want to do. So this is, I think a professional player, someone with frankly more playing experience, would have a deeper opinion on this. But yeah. I'm happy as long as Marisha gets to KO or heavy debuff on Raishan. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that she's gonna get a moment. I mean, you can see her. Look at that. The assassin probably would have been a smart move threat-wise. Yeah, absolutely. And if you're at a more strategic table, that might be the entire like the beef that some of the players could have with this. Some of the players might say, because this is a complicated thing. This isn't like a, either they're cool with it or they're not for this reason or that reason. This easily could go, hey, like, I'm cool with you doing something contrary to the plan, but it needs to be strategically optimal. Like, don't go off plan just based on like narrative or emotion. We should have had the assassin initiate that if we were going to. Like, I could easily see a player saying that to Taliesin after this. Again, depending on the table and the tone. We all had equal level of personal interest in going after the BBG, and one player acted like he was the only one. It sucked. Yeah, I could very much see that. And I mean, a lot of players aren't gonna know, like this is something that you can talk about in a session 0, but I think it's hard to know how you'll feel until you're in it. And this is why I often recommend post-session discussions, which I have after every session. We end the session. I say, great, we'll pick up there next week or 2 weeks from now. And I say, how do you think that session went? Like, how do you think I did? How do you think each other did? That sort of thing. I have that after every session. And I think that it really allows a nice place to talk about this sort of thing if you didn't like it. Like, you'd be like, yeah, like, Taliesin, I thought that was a really cool moment, but it sort of took the wind out of the sails of, like, we had talked about not doing that. And I know that you have a personal stake in it, but, like, so do I. Like, I support the decision in the moment, but I think next time I'd rather us come to a group consensus and a group plan. I think that sort of conversation is super valid because it will definitely, like I said, it'll change between tables. Yeah. Percy does have that dragon slaying sword. Yeah, absolutely. Which I assume is what he's using here. So I guess that's a possible strategic argument against the assassin, but it's tough. It's tough. Many at the table appear to be not a fan, but could be in character, which is why I never want to I never want to use, like, sometimes I will use the appearance of the players as minor supporting evidence, but I never want to hang a piece of advice on the reactions at the table unless it is like the Vax comment or the Liam comment earlier, where Liam out of character said, you know, I'm rolling dice, I'm having fun, who cares? That could be an act as well. And I'm not going to hang my entire argument on it. But I will use it to refer back to an argument that I made separately. Or a piece of advice that I gave separately. Because we really never know. They could be in character, they could be out of character, but performing and acting for the show that they're on. It's not fun if this action by Taliesin fucking kills the mood. That's not a fun television show. So even if they're maybe really not a fan, they might not necessarily show it. So we can never take their reactions as real evidence or proof one way or the other. But I think we can sometimes use it as like minor supporting evidence. Yeah. Recently our wizard did an evil problematic thing out of sight of the party. I talked with the GM that if my PC found out, it would go PvP or wish territory after battle though. I mean, I think having that conversation with the GM, having that conversation with the other player, and just like being frank and just being like, hey, like, you know, you do you, but I want to warn you because I don't want this to be a surprise. Like, with the current morality that my character has, if they saw you do that thing, it would be PvP. It would be a fight. And if that's like the conflict route that you want to go down with our PCs, like, let's talk it out. Like, how is that going to go? How is that going to end? But I don't want this to, you know, come out of nowhere. I think warning people about that sort of thing is very fair. And then they can choose, like, do they want this evil track to be the end of their PC? And do they, like, want this, like, PvP to be how their PC goes out and they roll up a new one and that character becomes a villain? You know? And then it's not PvP anymore. Then it's, you know, a stat block. I think those sorts of conversations are very, very valid. Assuming that you feel like you have enough trust to bring it to them. Yeah. I think I'm not going to tell him, though, because we're 18th level now, and we will finish after this arc at level 20. I mean, if you truly believe that it's not going to be an issue, and especially, like, there is an amount of, like, you know, interpersonal dynamic stuff there, you know, I can definitely recognize. Like, if you're about to finish the campaign, maybe you can have a few moments where your character acts a bit out of character just so that you finish out smooth. I can absolutely get that. The go and talk to them advice is definitely more applicable at the early levels or the earlier stages of a campaign. There is a consideration of, like, unless it's going to stop you from finishing out the campaign how you want to, like, if you don't feel like you can be true to your character all the way through, and it'll put like a stain on how you end the campaign. If that's the case, I still think you should talk to them. You shouldn't degrade your experience that much for their benefit. But if you feel like it's not going to be that big a deal, then yeah, that's an interpersonal conflict thing that you just got to judge. Anyways, GM was like, I don't want PvP, but also you have no reason not to at this point. So just wait until the big fight, please. Yeah. Which, I mean, yeah, that is like, you know, we talk a lot on here of like GM advice. And I like this series because we have concrete examples to talk about with Critical Role. That's the whole point of Critical Eyes. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of practical situations that Critical Eyes is just going to miss. Of like, you know, I can give not idealized advice, but just advice for general tables, but at certain points that advice is the practical reality has to take precedence. Yeah. You saving a fucking wish to personally end him after the battle? That's brutal. That is brutal. My one guy was bearable until the final session where he crossed many lines, and I just sucked it up, and it's ruined the memory of the campaign for me. That's yeah. I mean, take my advice with a grain of salt. Dingoes with a grain of salt. You know, we don't know the table, but it's a consideration to make. You don't want someone else's story to make your story worse. Obviously, all of the PCs, your stories are going to affect each other. That's one of the beautiful things about the game. But you don't want it to ruin it, you know. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. See how it goes. All you can do.
As you pull the blade out of the hilt to go ahead and begin to strike, you're a quick individual. You're also in the presence of an entity that does not trust anyone or anything.
Shit.
You take the blade and swing out in the direction of Seeker Assume. And where your blade strikes, it shimmers through the image, and there's a flash, and Assume is suddenly 4 feet away from the position where Assume was standing. At which point, everyone in the room stands up immediately and is like, whoa, 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 whoa! Cassandra goes over, rushes, and like, puts her hand towards you, and Assume is kind of taking a few steps back, and is like,
no tricks in here. No tricks in here if we're really going to do this.
There's this moment of extreme quiet tension as Alora's looking at you, looking at Assume, looking around, and there's like this kind of slow, connecting moment of realization throughout the room as everyone's eyes go wide.
If we're really going to do this, no tricks in here.
And with that, we're gonna take a break.
Yeah! Amazing!
Palisade!
I'm into it.
Don't trust a man who just kissed somebody.
It's hot.
That's a man who's saying fuck it.
Backpedal.
Don't trust a man who just kissed somebody. Interesting. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Interesting. This is, I will say, we actually, I would say, probably have enough time to do a full ep. We probably do. The problem is, man, ooh. My voice is hurting a little bit. I'm feeling a little sick, and I don't want to trash my voice because I have a thing I need to record on Friday that I can't leak. I'm weighing it. 12 more seconds left. Oh, yeah, 12 more seconds. That's true. We gotta play 12 more seconds.
I'm into it.
No.
I'm really into it.
Yes, we know, darling.
Alrighty, but we'll go ahead and take a short break here, guys. We'll be back here in a few minutes, and we'll
See what happens next.
Hey.
All right, see you guys here.
Wow.
Yeah.
See what happens next. Oh, this is tough. I'm really debating. I think I'm gonna not. I think we're still going to do a half ep. We're gonna take it slow. Because get some tea regardless of your decision. I will. I think we're gonna take it slow. Because there's a lot of factors. But a lot of those factors have led me towards, I think, half eps are better overall. Yeah, we'll finish it on Sunday. And I'm actually very confident that we will be able to do Sunday stream with absolutely no interruptions. I have planned around it. I will tell my landlord that he can fuck off if he wants the plumber to come over then. Because we've got most of our stuff working up to an acceptable degree. and we're gonna do it on Sunday. We're definitely doing it on Sunday. Yeah. It's been fun to hang. I agree. It's been fun to hang. Plus, I need an early show for the EU frogs. If you need to take breaks to talk to the plumber, no. It's plumbing is important. But no, now they're having the plumber come over just to fix the aesthetics because he thinks that the work that they did looks ugly, which, to be totally fair, it does. It looks ugly as shit. But it's not like things are working, which is all I care about. So I am more than willing to be like, no, come on Monday instead of Sunday. At this point, the landlord wants it to get prettied up more than I do. So yeah. But with that, I will see you guys later. I'll see you guys on Sunday at the very least. Possibly, depending on how the recording goes on Friday, maybe a stream on Friday. I really want/need to get back to non-Critical Role streams. It is part of my plan. I've just been dedicating a lot of time to the longs and the shorts, but I've gotten in a good workflow, I think. I think I'm starting to get in a good workflow. I've built out some tools to help myself, some strategies. So I'm excited. Yeah, that's all. Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for having. Thank you for thanking me for thanking you. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and I will see you all on Sunday. Goodbye.